Good morning. Good morning, 13th jurors. Hello. Welcome. Come on in. Take your seats. And before I even forget, because you know I can forget sometimes, we are going to go straight into our tailgaters. First in the tailgate. Thank you to y'all. Thank you for showing up early, making the coffee, getting everything going. We appreciate you showing up to the tailgate to get this party started. Let's all raise our hands if we're excited that we are not going to have to deal with sidebars and Melly nonsense today. Yep, me too. But speaking of sidebars, there are some sidebars that are more entertaining than others. So if you have not watched it yet, let me show you. On the channel, on our little channel. Where is it? All right, here we go. If you have not watched it yet, the sidebar number 3 was released last night. It is Sarah Payne, Crimes That Have Changed the Law. This is, if you have not watched it, you need to. It's not like the sidebars where we have everybody's raising their hands. They're all the pink hands coming up. I love it. If you have not watched it yet, I definitely recommend it. And we have a celebrity in the gallery. Here we go. Shireen, or in the jury box, technically. Shireen is our celebrity today. She's our celebrity writer. Did such a good job, and then put that out with JT, and he produced it and everything, and it is so good, so good. So if you have not watched it yet, I recommend it. That is a sidebar that you won't want to pull your hair out for. And we haven't had any of those in a while, have we? No, we haven't. It's been all ones with white noise. Shireen does need her own drone. Yes. Queen Shireen. I love it. So I wanted to do, we had talked about possibly picking up a trial, watching the, the school shooter one while we have today and Friday, or watching the one where the guy represented himself recently, Yawn. And we watched a couple parts from that. But my thing is, we were talking about this yesterday, and we ended up watching some of Daryl Brooks. This has all been really heavy and has been kind of divisive in a lot of ways on social media, this trial. And it's been frustrating to watch as well. So I thought, today would be, since yesterday we ended up kind of doing, like, without it being planned, kind of doing a choose your own adventure, because we were kind of like, okay, what do you want to do next? I thought, like, how fun, let's just make all, our whole stream today, let's just make it a choose your own adventure. So it kind of gives us a break from some of the heavier stuff, so we can just focus on some of the ridiculous stuff and some of the wow moments. without any of the heaviness that has been surrounding all of this, surrounding this trial. I am not afraid to tell you I am ready for this one to be over. I have not enjoyed it. There have been parts where, it has been, this one has been a tough one. And it's not even just that, all trials are tough in their own way. Depending on the crime and stuff like that. But I think it's just the way that we have never dealt with trolls here the way that we have during this trial. Just people coming in wanting to start trouble. And and some of the threats that I've had and the attacks on social media and stuff like that. I am ready for this one to be over and put it behind us. I am not one to hide my opinions. I am not one to, shy down from what I think, because if I think a certain way, it's going to be for a reason. And I will tell you, many times, like that my mind is still open. My mind is never 100%. Well, I won't say never. My mind has been 100% made up on certain things, but my mind is always open. And, I'm always open to hear other things, but I'm open to common sense. And so I have, not enjoyed this one for the vile stuff that is coming out of some people. And on the other hand, one thing I've loved about our community during this trial is that when you get rid of all the little loser trolls, if you don't feed them and we get rid of them, and our mods, oh my gosh, our mods have done a fantastic job getting rid of them. But if you take all those losers out of it, if you look at the people in our community who have been divided over, different things on this, like I have absolutely loved how we're able to talk about it and say what we think and why, and disagree, and have, God forbid, we have adult conversations where we're able to communicate, and then we can come out of it and say, hey, I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me, but I see where you're coming from. You see where I'm coming from. Let's still be friends, And that's one thing that I absolutely love about our community, because there are a lot of people in the chat who, disagree on certain parts of the trial. And I love that, like, our people have been able to really, have those conversations and try to understand each other's point of view and understand each other's sides. And that we all are still, friends and jurors at the end of the day. I absolutely love that. I cannot even, oh my God, the mods, I'd be like drinking every night, like if I had to deal with it. Because, they see a lot of, like, there's a lot of stuff that, they're on it, doggone it. So, like, there's a lot of stuff that, they nip it in the bud, real quick. And with the people who come in just to start trouble and stuff. So I just appreciate them so much. Oh my gosh, our mods are so amazing. I would be lost. But I have seen some good come of this, because I think that this trial has really shown how great our community is, because we're able to have conversations with each other even when we disagree. But I love I love seeing that part. But I am ready for it to be over. I'm ready. But today we get a break from it. So tomorrow we will have closing arguments, and then they're going to do jury instructions, and then we will go into verdict watch. So today we have a break, and because this has been so combative in a lot of ways, I figured, let's have some fun today. So this is what we're going to do. So we are going to do a Choose Your Own Adventure. And if you notice the thumbnail that I did, I tried to make it look like one of the old Choose Your Own Adventure books, have you seen, here, let's pull, because it looked, it's funny because they looked a little, the thumbnail does not look like what we normally do, but this is why. See how they have like they all have that, you know, thing, and it has the choose your own adventure right there. So I tried to make our thumbnail look like the old choose your own adventure books, and those were fun. So like when you get to the end of a chapter and then you're like, you know, if you want it to go, you know, if you want him to, you know, go in the cave and explore it, then turn to this page. And if you want him to, you know, keep going on the trail, go to this page. Those were so fun. And then like, you know, my brother and I used to read those and thought they were just the coolest thing in the world. And we'd be like, now I'm going to go back and try the cave, you know, like, so it was always fun. But I try to make our thumbnail look as much like the choose your own adventure books as I could. So I have, let me pull up my email because I had said, yeah, like turn to page 13 or 28, depending on what I loved those. So fun. So I had said something about, where is my email? I don't remember where I put the little link. There it is. Sending me some stuff and coming ready and, you know, bring some stuff. So I talked to a couple people about how to do it and getting some ideas. And so this is what I think we're going to do. We're going to do, I'm going to take some of y'all's suggestions on the ones that you have. And then, let's see, we'll have a list going and we'll do, a poll on which ones you want. And then, somebody suggested if one is done through a super chat or something like that, then, you know, we'll automatically play that one as like a thank you for super chats and stuff like that. So that's going to be what we're going to do. We're going to do the voting on, Lucy's laying in my lap. We're going to do the voting on each of them as we go. So when we start one clip, then we'll go ahead and do the poll for the next one. So we'll know which one we're going to do next and all of that. So, things that you sent me, where did you send them? Because there's a few different spots where people were sending me links. So I need to get them pulled up. Let me see here. All right, I have day 8. And okay, so here's one. All right, let me get my little list going because otherwise I will not remember which ones we have and which ones we are still looking at. But I think this will be fun. All right. Blank Google Sheet. All right, so we have antifreeze murder retrial day 8 is one. And then let's see, and this is Mark Jensen, right? Jensen. Okay, so there's a few links for the Mark Jensen. Here's one for day 9 too. Let me copy the link. Day 9. Judge and I, here's one. Judge and I's motion for acquittal, citing a pretty nice list of every state's witness. Here's one. Very short scene from Johnny Depp trial. There were a few that were sent from Johnny Depp. Elaine questioning TMZ guy. Oh, yeah. That one's funny. Here's the Kate Moss one. Kate Moss, Johnny Depp. Okay, so we'll start with these for now. Oops. And then we'll pull them up as we go and do our votes on them. All right, let me get this going over here. All right, I think we are ready for this. Okay, so all right. Oh, my stomach's growling. I just ate. It shouldn't be growling. We still have people joining us. Good morning for those of you joining us. Good morning. Good morning. Nap time border child. I will go to Twitter. I'm going to start through the email stuff first, and then I'll move to the Twitter stuff, and then we'll take some suggestions through here as well. Good morning. Good morning. I see some of y'all still filing on in. Come on in. Come on in. Okay, so let me do our first poll. So we're going to choose between we'll do our first choice. Mark Jensen, that's the antifreeze trial. Which clip first? Okay, Mark Jensen. Antifreeze murder guy. Or next one I have on the list, Kate Moss in Johnny Depp trial. Y'all, my grammar and stuff, or my punctuation and all that is off, but we're not going to worry about that today. We're not going to worry about that today. Good morning, Weather Watch. Hello, welcome to Choose Your Own Adventure. We are voting right now on which of our clips we are going to watch. I'm letting the jurors take the reins today. This is the fun part, when y'all get to be in control. All right, let's see. I have a lot of people who have said that that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard was the first that they started watching online. That was like the first thing that really got them into trials. I think a lot of, from what I've heard, a lot of LawTube started that way too, which is interesting. It's crazy how much people were into that trial. But also, okay, y'all, the bee face. My dog stepped on a bee. Bless her heart. I mean, look, I felt more sorry for the dog than I did Amber Heard. So she was not a good actress. All right, let's see. All right, we're about to end the first one, and it looks like y'all have chosen the Mark Jensen clip. So, oh, this is the whole day. Let me get to the clip. Okay, none of the clips have like what the time was for them. We'll look for the most played. This is the most replayed. Okay, we'll do this. Yeah, we're gonna get to some Brooke stuff too. That's on the list too. We've still got to go to the fort, the box fort, that I have never seen and apparently missed out on. So we've got some of that on the list today too.
To your knowledge, did the defense ever have these toxicology samples tested?
Yes.
So this is Mark Jensen.
So they hadn't lost the samples at St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab, did they?
No.
They did have them tested, just as Mr. Dillard had recommended that they do.
Yes.
He looks angry. We're gonna do these in 1.25, so we can get to
So
more.
Jamboy's question. Okay, a guy in here said I should check get the samples rechecked. Dillard, yeah, something along that line. I told him, because if they lost them, you should be able to test the evidence yourself. Jamboys, that's what you told him, Dillard, and that's what I told Mark, and I said if they don't have them, then that's a big problem.
This
And then he
is
says, or Jamboys, and was this the first day that you first met him, or was this Dillard? This was more.
this is the one where he was on trial for poisoning his wife with antifreeze, and he was actually this was his retrial, the second trial for it.
Toward the second day, because I got on the first day, I got in there around about 7, and they locked down at 9. And what day was you got there? I got there on the 14th, I believe it was. Jamboy, so this was sometime on the 15th that he made this phone call. Dillard, yeah, the 15th or the 16th. I think it was more toward the 15th, though, in the evening time, probably around 6-ish, I would say, if I remember correctly. Jamboys, okay, so then what happened after that conversation? Was there anything more that occurred during that conversation? Dillard, the one about testing the samples and things like that? Yeah, Jamboys, yes. Dillard, it was basically just how to beat the case and what they did. What did they have against you, and what is your defense against it? And he was just going into detail about the pictures with the antifreeze, and that you guys came to him saying there was no antifreeze in the house, Mark. How could she have gotten the antifreeze? And he's telling me that in the pictures there are 2 bottles right in the thing, so he had that as a defense. He told me about the receipts, that his wife would be the only one that was buying all the prescriptions and all the St. John's wort and all over the counter medication, and that he would never do it. He was trying to use that as a defense. And then Angelina Gabrielle asked, did he show you the pictures of the antifreeze? Dillard, no, I've never seen the pictures. The point with the antifreeze, and then Jamboys, she purchased all the prescriptions, all the medication? Dillard, yeah, all the medication. And now we'll slip down to, let's see, I want to go up to something else here. And he told me that, he told me that. So
I didn't watch this one. I only saw clips. So Shireen, is this the letter? This is the most replayed part on this one. So this is what I pulled up from the link that was sent. This is the letter saying that she was suspicious. She wrote a letter saying she was suspicious of her husband.
This in regards to the prescription medication, that he told me that he takes a medication for, that's in the conversation about the acid reflux and the cause of him to have anxiety or whatever, the Jamboys, Librium? Dillard, Librium, yeah, he told me it was an antidepressant or whatever like that. Now, first of all, is Librium prescribed as for acid reflux?
Yes. Or it was.
Jamboys and Librium, or what do you say? Jamboys and Dillard? She said, if I die, my husband did it.
At the time.
And was it an antidepressant?
No.
But it was prescribed for acid reflux?
Yes.
And Jamboys, and he seemed to think that was a big issue. Dillard, yeah, he seemed to think that was a big issue. That he's trying to say that she self-medicated herself. She would call behind his back and get all his medications and get, what I mean, and start taking them on her own when it was, So he told me that aspect. He told me, what else was it? Oh, something on the internet. He told me about something on the internet. There was a time where he can verify that he wasn't home or something like that. He said that was going to be one of his defense things, that there was one time that he wasn't home, that he could prove he wasn't home, that there was one of the hits for the poison site or whatnot, something like that. So he said he was going to use that as a defense. And then the question, and what did Mark say in response to that? Dillard, the first couple of times I said it, he was like, no, this is all just bullshit. It's the state. I'm ready to go. I never did anything there. I'm just trying. She wanted to kill herself. She was depressed. She was nuts. She had a nutcases for family, and justifying that, she killed herself. Was that the expression that he used? I'm ready to go. Did he say that expression? Dillard, yeah. Bring it on. Bring it on. Yeah, bring it on were key words. Yeah, they can bring it on. And how did you respond to that when you would say things like that?
Why don't we get to some redirect questions, Mr. James?
I didn't watch this one. So this is the most replayed part on here. The link that was sent to me was just for the full day. Let me see if I can find that's why he got another trial though, because Schroeder let it in because appeals court made him, and then after guilty, overturned by state Supreme Court. Oh. This is his defense, that she unalived herself and framed herself. Framed him. Made it look like she did it herself. Wow. Oh, this started around 7:56. Let's see. 7:56. Okay, we're going to, I see the time on here. All right, this is the clip that
We, I believe, have a motion by the defense that was made before the testimony started for the defense. So you can make your motion, Ms. Krause.
Judge, at the,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry.
fine. She's the one who said there's a motion.
I'm swear to God, she said the motion, so.
You're right.
All right. Are you going to make the motion?
I
now?
am, yeah.
All right.
This is at the conclusion of the state's case. The defense moves to dismiss insufficient evidence, insufficient credible evidence pointing towards establishing that Mark Jensen committed first-degree intentional homicide.
I am going to quote as to what the motion is.
What is that for? My computer's been doing this like the last week, and I don't know why. Unless it's just because somebody said it's because it's such a long video.
It's a motion to dismiss at close of the state's case. It says, motion must be denied if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, or rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I have to give the state the most favorable light here. And I do have, for the record, 3 notepads already full. We had 38 witnesses for the state. And we will start out with the first witness in this case was Ruth Vorval, V-O-R-V-A-L-D.
Vorwald, Your Honor, Vorwald.
Thank you. She knew Julie Jensen. She indicated on December 3rd, 1998, she was driving north. She saw Mark Jensen on that day on Lakeshore Drive. Mark waved. It was in the middle of the morning, and she thought it was kind of unusual because Mark worked in Racine. We had Sharon Krause. She testified. She saw Mark on December 3rd, 1998. Indicated that Mark said to her that Julie was gone, showed no emotions. We then had Teresa DeFazio, who testified under oath. She indicated, Julie said, I cannot use the computer. She would show up every Wednesday to help at the school. There was a statement that Julie made that my husband is going to kill me. She also indicated she told Ms. DeFazio she found a list of drugs, issues of overdose. She also indicated that her husband, Mark, was on the computer off and on.
He had a whole
looking up
wife.
Areas. She also indicated, she said that Mark would make it look like a suicide.
Wow.
Carrie Ashley indicated she called Julie December 2nd, 1998. Mark Jensen answered. Mark said Julie was sick in bed. She also indicated she saw Julie's items in the garbage. She also indicated she saw Kelly Labonte
He's
in the house within
going
a
through
month.
all of this evidence.
Eric Shore, the young man, testified in December of 1998.
Wow.
He heard David Jensen, the older boy, indicate information about his mother's health, indicated he was very concerned, said his mother was sick. She had heavy breathing. For the record, we talked about the actual breathing that was being mentioned under oath, in that his dad would not take her to the hospital.
What is happening?
He also indicated he observed Kelly Labonte in the residence within a very short period of time. Laura Shore, that is the mother of Eric, indicated that she had information that Julie was sick. Angelina Martinelli indicated Julie was an excellent mother. She had the younger Jensen boy in preschool. Joseph Mangi, who at that time was principal of Bradford High School. Julie applied for a job there, sent the resume. They were going to hire her.
He looks like
And
somebody
sometime
who would play a
December
serial
1st or
killer
2nd,
in a made-for-TV movie.
He called Mr. Julie to tell her that she was going to be accepted for the job, and a male answered, and he said that that was Mark Jensen, and the statement by Mark Jensen was, Julie's asleep. She'll be asleep for a long time, and there was a laugh.
Oh, wow.
Kimberly Noble.
Anybody who wants to watch
she
the whole
indicated that
replay,
Julie
RA
was a
has
happy
it. Watch
person.
it on
She was a
his
good
stuff.
mother.
He's so good.
We had Exhibit 9. It was a tape of Tadeusz Wojcik, W-O-J-T. He talked about conversations that he had with
Always
Julie.
Wisconsin and Florida.
She was very upset over things regarding the children. And one of the highlighted items I have as to his testimony, he said Mark, meaning Mr. Jensen, was chasing Julie around with a glass of wine, and there was a syringe on the nightstand. She also indicated that this is Julie, that Mark was looking at porn sites when the door was halfway open or closed. Dr. Chambliss, Michael Chambliss, who was an expert, been in the field for 38 years, forensic pathology, indicated the autopsy that was performed, the exhibit was moved into evidence. He talked about the issue of the head on the pillow. That was an issue for him. He talked about ethanol, glycol poisoning, the suffocation issue, and under oath, Dr. Chambliss said homicide as to Mark Jensen. Poisoning was a contributing factor. Edward Klug worked with Mr. Jensen. He was at this conference in St. Louis at the hotel November 6th, November 7th, 1998. Conversation after a banquet, a night of drinking. They're at the hotel, and Mark Jensen is telling Mr. Klug about poisoning his wife, going to websites, and trying to make it that it was not detectable in a normal autopsy. He would put it in her drinks, and that conversation Mr. Klug talked about. We also had records of phone bills of Mr. Klug calling his wife at that time, right after that. Mr. Klug also told, under testimony, he told Ron Reck, W-C-R-U-K, I believe. We had David Naring talk, a broker who had worked with Mr. Jensen, talked about the conversation again with Ed Klug.
How-
Mr. Naring also talked about
Oh, he's
the
just eating
alcohol
his
drinking
candy.
that Friday at St. Louis that he saw.
You know, sitting there listening to them read out,
Notes
you know,
from Ed Klug.
all of that stuff.
We had the tape of Ron Kosman, who was the
All of this
original
evidence
police
against
officer
you.
in the case as to the harassments. He talked
You know,
about
he's got to be
20
sitting there
photos
thinking
that
like,
was
oh, I
given
ain't going nowhere.
by Julie. He talked about the porno photos. He talked about this extensive calendar that Julie had, all her activities that she had marked. Notes from Julie
3
as to
hours
what she was
each.
doing. Had some information about purchasing property in November of 1998. There was something also when Officer Kosman testified, and the note that I have is that Mark Jensen said, Klug is stupid. Also, there's a note that Mark Jensen said that Julie was crying about a miscarriage. She locks herself in the bedroom.
I believe
Mr.
he's going
Kosman
over
also
all the
continued to
evidence
talk
right
about the
now.
suspicious activity
they-
that was being reported at
I think
the,
they asked for the
Jensen
directed
home
verdict,
in 1992
judgment of
through
acquittal,
1996.
I
The phone
believe.
calls, the harassment. Talked about the pictures of the porno pictures of the sexual information. David Naring testified, and Mr. Naring said that he's known Mr. Jensen since 1991. He indicated that Mark Jensen had a personal relationship, a romantic interest with Kelly Labonte.
Yeah.
He also indicated divorce had come up and Julie was having some issues. He indicated Mark Jensen was looking for drug interactions on the computer at work.
Yes, Melly's on break today.
There was a conversation between Mr. Jensen and Mr. Naring whether Kelly should be at the wake, when she should move in, that is Kelly Labonte. Rosemary McNinnis, she worked in the office in Racine at work in summer of 1998. Mark Jensen was the branch manager. She said there were no harassing phone calls that were coming in. The brokers did not open up their own mail. Kelly Labonte Brooks, she married Mr. Jensen in February of 19. She married Mr. Jensen, but the relationship, she said, started prior to that. She met Mr. Jensen in April 1998. 1998, the summer, Miss Brooks, also known as Kelly Labonte, was engaged to her boyfriend. She developed a romantic relationship with Mr. Jensen September of 1998. We had numerous email messages between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte that start in September. And I would indicate a lot of those email messages are for flirtation issues as to some sort of romantic relationship. There's no other explanation from all those
Morning, y'all.
emails.
I see some of y'all coming on
They
in.
used to have letter codes that they used. I want you, I love you, I miss you, on basically every email. And this starts in September 1998, prior to the death of Julie Jensen. David Wilkinson.
Dang, he's
the
still
one that,
going.
was called to the scene. He indicated he came about 4:32 p.m. to the Jensen residence. Julie was already dead on arrival. EKG was performed, nothing. The phone was off the hook. He looked at the photos of the deceased. He said he was dispatched 4:32 p.m. He arrived 4:35 p.m. at the house. Paul Rasberg, who was before he retired, was a lieutenant, but he was sergeant of the detectives of Pleasant Prairie at the time in December of 1998. He responded to the Jensen home at 4:30 on December 3rd. He had the video that we saw of the house. He showed that. He had the consent of Mr. Jensen to search. He took the home computer into custody. He recovered the computer and a hard drive. He indicated he gave that to the crime lab December 13th, 1998. He also indicated that he recovered some sort of cigar box from the Jensen home also that items were in. He found the daily planner of Julie. It was received into evidence. The last entry of the daily planner is August 19th, 1998. He had photos of the crime scene. And he did the interview of Mr.
my
Jensen
gosh,
that
he
was
does.
recorded, that we watched. There's also a transcript of it. And
Oh my gosh, now I can't unsee
what's
that.
interesting about that interview, he's asking Mr. Jensen about his relationship to Kelly Labonte. And the exact answer that Mr. Jensen said, Kelly is just a friend. That's it. He doesn't say, I've been having sex with her. She's my lover. We've been having a relationship. He also tells Detective Rasberg, Julie did not get out of bed December 3rd, 1998. He also said Julie was in a serious condition. He also indicated, I did not call a doctor. They seized the computer. They went, Lieutenant Rasberg also indicated they drove to St. Louis and they got the work computer. They dropped it off at the Department of Justice.
And this
So they
looks
got
like
the personal
the
computer,
dad
they got a
on
work computer from Racine. They also got the computer from regarding
Succession.
Kelly Labonte.
doesn't it? He's the dad on Succession.
They also have information, and this is Lieutenant Rasberg indicated that they have evidence of Julie's voice, and it sounded drunk. We had also information as to the searches on the computer, and that is the home computer. That is Jason Ruff, R-U-F-F. Division of Criminal Investigation for the state of Wisconsin. He was qualified as an expert digital evidence. Indicated the search at that time was on Yahoo.
Like I expect him to start yelling at his kids any
And we
minute.
have searches that were done on this home computer
Logan Roy,
from the
that's
Jensen
it.
residence as to, in October 12, 1998, O'Hare Marriott website, somebody searching Morton Steakhouse, downtown Chicago. And Kelly Labonte testified. That's where we were going to go in Chicago.
If
Morton
Shabusiness
Steakhouse,
starts
downtown
Monday, we're going to
Chicago.
do that one.
Searches for cruises.
But I'm going to look
We
at
got
other
telephone
stuff.
records of Kelly Labonte and Mr. Jensen talking about, hey, maybe we're going to go somewhere else.
Judgment of acquittal,
Maybe we should take a cruise.
where they don't send it to the jury, they go straight
There's
to
searches of botulism, food poisoning,
to
and they're all
dismissing.
at very strange
acquitted.
times. They're not during the day. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m. or whatever. They're all searches during the early mornings of the hour. They're searches for nicotine, searches for toxic alcohol, medicine, ethanol, glycol, poisoning, medication, overdoses, poison websites, antifreeze. Even on December 2nd, the day before the death of Julie Jensen, 9:30 p.m., there's a search for antifreeze.
Wow.
There's a search for, on December 2nd, alcohol consumption, rapid breathing, blood pressure issues. There's searches December 3rd, 1998, antifreeze poisoning, information as to shock, cardiac shock. 9:40 a.m., December 3rd, 1998.
I love when they let the jury ask questions.
Searches for poisoning. Videos were watched. It's the home computer found in the Jensen residence. Meredith Perez, she worked at the office in Racine. She said there's no harassing phone calls, there's nobody hanging up, there's no swearing, there's no porno pictures coming. Stacy Bauer. Talked about conference in St. Louis. Talked about the information that Ed Klug talked about. And she's the one that said, oh my God, he killed her. Joseph Crivasi, Crifasi, took the lab samples, blood tests. The antifreeze, or the ethanol glycol, is in Julie's blood. Perry Tarika,
He got so excited.
he's the individual that had the affair with Julie Jensen. He denied sending harassing pictures, making the phone calls. He also indicated that Julie is one of the nicest people he ever met. We call back Jason Ruff again, the computer expert. Talked about the searches again. We had a video of Joan Scully. She worked with Mark Jensen. Again, she indicated, I didn't find any porno photos, nothing received at work. Marion Passetti, she was part of the book club. She saw Mark the day that Julie Jensen died. Mark Jensen told her he could not get his wife to the hospital. Said she had a bad reaction to medication. Never said anything about depression to her. Aaron Dillard, obviously there's a dispute as to his credibility, but he's testified as to what Mr. Jensen told him while they were in custody.
We looked at some clips from that yesterday. Oh, that guy. Ugh.
Talked about Ed Klug testimony. Ann Lynch, a teacher, she knew Julie Jensen. She worried about Douglas having to go full-time in the fall. This is late 1998. She indicated the marriage was in trouble. Paul Griffin, Julie's brother, talked about the family, the relationship he had with Julie. But we also have a recorded statement from Paul Griffin to Mark Jensen. And Mr. Jensen, in that recorded statement, he didn't know he was being recorded. Gives some different explanations as to what happened to Julie the last days. Said Julie was sick. She was taking medications. Mr. Griffin also indicated that he went to, which would be his nephew's birthday party, David, who was a young boy in 1999, January 21st.
I want to hear more about
Kelly
that.
Labonte was there. This is, 3 weeks after the death of Julie Jensen? And Mark introduced her as a friend from work. And what did Mr. Griffin say? Kelly Labonte looked like she knew where everything was in the house. Very familiar with the house. David Thompson, interesting character.
Interesting character.
He's the one that agreed to kidnap Mr. Klug. And then when I was listening to
Look at
him,
him smirking,
thinking,
looking at the judge.
he's got prior convictions. We're not going to dispute that. But after his credibility was attacked,
This is Mark Jensen.
I was surprised to see what he does today. Pretty successful individual. Turned his life around. There's no dispute as to that. And we got these phone records where we got Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson and Mr. Thompson's ex-wife or his mother of his child talking about money being transferred, 500, 575, another 500. We also have Mr. Jensen on some of the phone calls to his mother talking about people sitting on other people. He was talking about his kids doing it, and that's kind of where he was going in those conversations. And he was dancing all the way around, but he was talking about somebody being sat on and something being taken care of. And that's why he needs the money. And then we also go back to the telephone conversation that he had with Kelly Labonte, where he's asking, hey, I need some money. And unbelievable. It's $500. And I need to get it to my parents. And I can't tell you what it's for, but I'll tell you later. So Mr. Jensen's talking about Ed Klug and the sitting and this kidnapping with Mr. Thompson, his wife, and his mother. And they're all recorded. David Ellis, obviously very limited information. He was the investigator that the Jensens had hired, but they canceled it. Gretchen Rosecki, the attorney for Mr. Dillard, talked about the letter that she sent regarding her client. Dr. Mary Mainland, the medical examiner for Kenosha County. She retired November 2020. Pretty impressive resume. She was the medical examiner in February 2005, left in 2008, went to Tampa, Florida. She's done 4,000 autopsies. She didn't perform this autopsy, but she reviewed numerous records, and both sides grilled her of what she reviewed, whether it was a medical record, a police report, photos, autopsy, transcripts. She talked about what her opinion is, and she was pretty clear, even after the cross that Mr. Perry did. She was pretty solid in her opinion. She talked about the phases of poisoning and how they would start, whether it's December 1st, 2nd of 1998, continuing, and what she saw in all the information that she had. She indicated
This is that look like I ain't going
2
nowhere.
doses of this poisoning.
No
It caused her death,
judgment of acquittal for me.
and the manner of death is homicide. She talked the bruising on the body. So she was pretty adamant. So I got 2 experts say homicide. I got lots of witnesses that put Mr. Jensen in not a good position. So I think the evidence considered most likely in the state's light, there's sufficient evidence here to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt at this point. So the motion is denied. Okay.
Judge, I have one more issue. We have a transcript from Marvin Oakler that we're going to play.
Is he a witness?
He is a witness.
All right. What number is he?
So that clip was sent in because he said that he goes through this long list, and basically Mark Jensen has to like sit there and just listen to all the evidence against him and all of the terrible things he's done. All right, let me pull the next one that we voted on. Y'all chose the TMZ guy. Let's see.
Hello?
Would you?
All right. We'll do this one, and then and then we'll watch RA, and then we'll do another vote on the next one.
Your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
So he works for
And what do you do
TMZ.
for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk.
Let's get to the cross.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I was a web editor who was sitting next to me at the time.
Because the
posted,
cross
yes.
is what's
Where
funny.
was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Media's been received by TMZ.
I love Camille. I
Given
think
to
she's
us. And
fantastic.
then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received
I
directly
think
from
this one is
source?
Something in the
doesn't have the whole thing. Let me find it. I gotta find the whole thing.
For his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Okay, here it is. This is funny.
Yes.
So this is the cross-examination.
How do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your Honor.
Lloyd. Were you aware of
Calls for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
Camille is
Okay, you know this case is being
like, I have a
televised,
girl
right?
crush on Camille.
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
We're argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO
I
that
love
was
that.
going to be
She's on it, doggone it.
presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you
Understand.
aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's kind of a
Do you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that
Okay, we're gonna go to the next one. That was one of my favorites just because it was like, oh, like I love those moments where I'm like, oh, I can't believe they just said that. It's hilarious. All right. This one is one of the it's one of the best. It's one of the best. Let's see.
This guy.
Two. This is my favorite streamer.
Die, motherfucker.
Oh,
You cannot get enough. He said.
I picked a good time to start
Mr. Bravely
throwing off again.
said,
Okay, so a little background on this if you haven't seen this part before. They are watching this is the Zachariah Anderson trial. So they're saying that when they had this witness on the stand who said that he heard Zachariah Anderson in his sleep or whatever, he was saying, die, MFR. And he says, the defense said that people who were streaming the trial saw and pointed it out to them that the prosecuting attorney was mouthing it like at the same time, like they were trying to say that he was like, potentially telling him what to say. So they're rewatching the stream. They pulled up the Law and Crime stream originally. I guess they couldn't see it. So I guess we didn't know this at the time, but they had pulled up RA's stream and we're watching on that. Oh yeah, let me move my thing because he's got his down here. So his face when we figure out what is going on and he hears his own voice coming through the court is hilarious.
Died.
That was our exact assertion, Judge, and therefore that was the basis of my question, which I wouldn't have asked if the state hadn't followed up on it. But
our copy, we only see you say died twice, so I don't know if the court has a different copy or how that is working.
they're the same. You're right. He only says it twice on camera.
Twice on camera. Judge cannot get enough. It's like reel on again.
Die, motherfucker.
Well, now that I look at it again, the camera actually
Cuts away.
takes you out of the picture at the point where I say I saw the third one. So
Die, motherfucker.
maybe it doesn't show it 3 times.
No, it shows it twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever have a discussion with the defendant about this nightmare that you heard him have?
It's on loop. This is the judge's new screensaver.
Okay.
So now what, Judge? I don't know who suggested this. My wife saw somebody suggest in chat some Valentine's drink. It's green. It's cold. She made it for me. It's delicious.
You can get a copy from the district attorney, okay?
Judge is like, I want this. I'm going
is
to take it
all
home.
exhibit.
Put it on the
Well,
big screen.
I guess it's already marked, so.
And I would move for its admission, just so it's part of the record.
It's received for record purposes.
And I'd like to question the DA about
right.
it on the stand.
So what's next?
Like how he says,
Well, my next question will be, well, I don't want to preview it for the witness, but it'll be about this subject.
Okay.
Okay. Good. It's fair game.
Did you ask the jurors to come in? Oh, I guess they're upstairs, huh?
The fireworks are not done.
okay, so this
I'm
is
surprised they
Which
haven't
one,
asked
please?
for the DA to leave the room during this testimony now that they have this piece of evidence about his interaction with the witness. He's clearly already on the witness list. Why have they not objected to him being present during the questioning? Maybe that's the oversight. If you're reading my chat or listening, this is what you should do right now. Ask for him to be escorted out. It's fair game.
watch his face.
The fireworks are not done. Why am I hearing this?
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
I'm surprised they haven't asked for the DA.
Look at his face.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. Just for the record, big fan of you. All of you. You're doing a great job.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Hertzl.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Washington, when we broke, I think we were talking about the statement you made about your time with Zach and what he said in his sleep.
Correct.
So, isn't it true that when you testified on direct,
It's funny because he doesn't even really know like what to say or do after that. It was so funny. And then so it became this huge joke that, you know, that once we found out that, you know, once we heard that or whatever, it became this huge joke. And then was it the next day or was it later that day? I think it was the next day, wasn't it? We were talking about it and Weather Watch was like, all right, you know, Judge, scratch your head if you're watching. And, you know, there's like a 30-second delay or 20-second delay, whatever it was. But however many seconds it was, then he was like, and we all went wild. We were like, oh my gosh, he really is watching you. Oh gosh, it was so funny. Because you could see him, Judge Schroeder was sitting there, you know, watching his laptop, like looking at his laptop while court was going on. So we all just passed out. When was the scratch? I can do this. I can pull up the scratch your head part. When was it? Do you remember? Anybody remember? Was it the next day? If y'all can tell me when it was, I can pull it, but I don't.
This guy.
Oh, I think that scared me. It was later that day. Okay, let's see.
This guy.
Let me mute that one. Looking. That was 153. Okay, I think maybe this is it.
It'll literally be 1 minute.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I'm going to ask we take a break if that's happening, just a short
We
one.
just took a break.
Well, I know,
If
but
you want to leave for a moment, you're welcome to do so,
thank you.
but come right back.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that was not how I wanted my debut
I am
to
no
be.
longer worried about my phone call, face rolling on the floor, laughing face rolling on the floor.
Amber called the defendant, or sorry, the witness's
I beg your
attorney.
Oh, it is?
All the feeds. I made all the feeds. The defense, after they had played
there
that
is
clip,
a transport issue with the officers.
they switched over to my live stream. Well, still connected to the court.
So,
and I was saying, why
I suppose
hasn't the
because this
DA
will
been
take-
requested to leave the room? Because he's
It was the Friday of welcome, Aaron. Welcome. Welcome to the jury box. Hello, hello. It was the Friday. Okay, so what day was the 17th? Was it? Let's see. Let's see what we can find. 17th was a Friday, wasn't it? Because that was St. Patrick's Day. Right? Let's see. If y'all have any idea on timestamp, I'm trying to look for it.
Yesterday that it's customary for the attorneys to speak with the witnesses for a moment in an ethical manner, and I'm not going to deny him that opportunity.
It'll literally be 1 minute.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I'm going to ask.
Oh, this is when we were.
was looking at
Scott is famous.
was
Judges
borrowing the
got to-
computer.
Remember us when you
Got to 8,000. He's grown so much. Oh, here is this it?
That you've hit 8K. Congratulations.
Thank you
Seriously.
so much. Judge is back. It looks
All
like
right,
he's
take care,
still
brother.
watching our live stream. His personal laptop is still out.
It does look that way. I've always liked this judge. I really seriously.
Judge is back. It looks
All
like
right,
he's
take care,
still
brother.
watching our live stream.
No, I have.
Feel strong.
Not even going to.
I'm going.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about?
Bye.
We're keeping tabs.
Wonderful.
All right. Brother, we appreciate it.
Yep. The judge is reading chat right now. All right. We'll see you. We'll see you. Bye.
This might be it.
Okay.
The judge is reading
Would you,
chat. He
raise
still
your
has
hand,
the live
please?
stream going.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, thank you.
James, I'm sorry. Did I skip your super chat? My
Would you
apologies. my
state
friend.
your full name and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
My name is Nicholas Ryan McAtee.
Oh, I thought that might be it.
NICHOLAS.
Well,
In chat.
exception under the, what is it, subsection 4 plan?
He says so much.
You think maybe I could call the judge once this case is over and at least get him on the show? Since we're now tight like this. Yeah, there's no other reason for him to have his personal laptop out. He's already given the video from the jump drive. Did somebody?
Mr. McAtee.
I don't know what the timestamp
Sorry,
is. We're
I'll
having
state for the
trouble
record
finding it.
that for once I agree with Mr. Gravely.
Well, then I object.
Yeah.
No, I'm objecting.
All right.
So,
Listen to Schroeder.
Mr. Mac,
I'm sorry. I've been surprised the jury hasn't made a run for us, Judge. Much
Like, he's
less
gotta get his
the
laptop back
audience.
out.
Did somebody?
Mr. McAtee.
Somebody got stopped by the bailiffs.
I believe you said your first time frame was with, excuse me, with Mr. Anderson. I mean, do people
time frame end of
Sometimes.
you call it
but it's very loud. All you can do in there is really talk to one another. There's nothing else as far as books or anything to entertain yourself with.
Okay. And so how long?
Well, you're not really, because you're challenging him on his former answers. And we're getting into the mini trial, which is the reason that the rule, asking you about specific and contradictory.
What the rule is designed to
Well,
avoid.
After, did you 2020 and
I
did
can't
you
find it.
recruit a individual who was a
For the third week of the 2-week. And
Look at his
he had
glasses.
insight,
See if you can see our live stream.
and,
Hold up.
and don't
I'm
make
worried
your
that he
head
still
or
has it
come up
open.
here.
He's probably going to try to figure out why it started playing.
Please don't talk about the case, read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
This might be it.
And
This is it.
there have been some incidents today in particular that have had aspects that were drawing a lot of laughs. Of course, I don't need to remind you the awesome issues that you have to us, all of each and every one of us as citizens, and have a wonderful weekend. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, nor discuss it with anyone.
Didn't get to see his glasses here. As the jury walks out, we're gonna.
Okay, I don't see it. If y'all can find a timestamp, because the part where we heard him was 1:53 ish. Unless, let's see, that's 1:40. like 153, 154, 155 ish. So it has to be after that, but I can't find it. He's still looking at the. Yeah, I don't know. If y'all can find it, then I'll play it. This was on the Friday. Yeah, 156. I was seeing if anybody put it in comments because sometimes people do. But oh, 236.53. Let's see if this is it. 2.
Top out. He's up.
Plan.
Was this it?
Let's take a look at the statute.
You think maybe I could call the judge once this case is over and at least get him on the show? Since we're now tight like this. Yeah, there's no other reason for him to have his personal laptop out. He's already given the video from the jump drive back to the clerk. It's been filed into evidence.
Judge just read chat. I have your answer above. So that means it was before this.
I mean, after the case is over, has to be after the case. You can't comment, and usually judges won't comment. You saw.
Help me out. I hit 100. You hit 8K. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Judge is back. It looks like he's still watching our live stream. His personal laptop is still out.
It does look that way. I've always liked this judge. I really not politics.
There you go.
Some of the statements of Mr. McAtee and an invention of Mr. Washington's evidence, inconsistent prior state versus the constant self-interest, because he's in federal court. There was things in any event, jail phone calls, which were district attorney's office story. They go in to meet with somebody from the district attorney's office, how he perceives. I think it should be McAtee say, because we're so. I'll let him.
Anderson through McAtee. Was I correct that he does not intend to introduce?
Oh, I hit the wrong thing.
What?
I didn't hear that.
You
I did not hear him
make an offer.
Are here as a witness for this. Mr. Gravely asks you questions. If there's a time that you.
Well.
The judge still has his personal laptop on his desk.
Well, it is hearsay, but it's I think
he's reading chat.
Exception under the what is it, subsection 4 plan.
If this isn't it, I'm gonna have to give up on
Plan.
this one. And if y'all find it, you can send it to me and we'll play it.
Let's take a look at the statute.
You think maybe I could call the judge once this case is over and at least get him on the show? Since we're now tight like this. Yeah, there's no other reason for him to have his personal laptop out.
I love it
He's
when
already
people
given
put
the video
timestamps in the comments.
from
It
the
helps
jump
so
drive back
much.
to the clerk. It's been filed into evidence. I mean, after the case is over, has to be after the case. You can't comment, and usually judges won't comment. You saw what Judge Dora did after DB was over. She really couldn't comment on the case. Maybe just ask him general stuff.
Find emotion. So the question is really inquiring into whether he's been asked, but
Answer.
Case,
2 were cellmates
yeah, of 20.
together. So
Yeah, I can't find it.
But are we making legal argument too, or are you just being asked to
Nope.
see the
Asked
case?
for the case citation.
Just asking.
Okay, so how is this viewed? You've got a snitch. Is this a
In
good?
that paragraph, a statement.
What we're going to do here? You can't. Your answer cannot be any of the names that are currently.
All right, we tried. If y'all can find it, I will play it. But I tried everywhere. But it is a funny moment. It's one of those things where we're like, no way, no way. All right, the moments that we have now. Let's see what's up. What's up on our next adventure? We have Alex Jones defamation trial. Top 10. Oh, this link is to top 10 wildest of Alex Jones defamation trial. And then, yeah, RA's going to copyright strike me. Don't copyright strike me, RA. If y'all haven't checked him out, you need to. He's fantastic. All right, let's see. That's the one I was just going through, all of that. I just went through, that was all of March 17th in the afternoon. So if you have a timestamp, I can play it, but I just tried to find it. That was all of March 17th, part 2. Okay, so next poll. So next adventure. We have, oops, this link says top 7 wildest Alex Jones. Let me see what my next email is. Next one is that one. Oh, that's another Johnny Depp one. That one was sent too. The Kate Moss thing was sent by multiple people for Johnny Depp, so I'll put that one on here too. Kate Moss for Johnny Depp. All right, that's our next Choose Your Own Adventure. March 20th, part 1. Is it part 1? Is that why? We were looking in part 2. 2 hours, 23 minutes in. $2:23, they are on break. It was the Monday after St. Patrick's. Okay, I'm getting different stuff from everyone. Let's see. 2:20. So 20, part 1. Let's try this one. For crumb's sake. Okay, let's try this. I think y'all found it.
First and last name.
All right, this is him.
Yep. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know, but I would not be surprised at this point. I'm doing my best to get your to get your comments on the screen in case he sees them. It could stranger things have happened. Let's see. I was subpoenaed. They gave me $40 plus gas, food, and hotel. Wow. Your county sounds like the one to serve on the jury in. Those were the clothes he was arrested in, says Alex Luther. Yes. The very day those two strangers went on his property looking for Zach when he called 911, his clothing obviously wouldn't be the clothes he wore to the crime. Yeah, several days later. We do know that he didn't have a washer and dryer at his house. Apparently, he needed room for his marijuana grow, and there was no space for washer and dryer. Yeah, they're not asking for a mistrial. The judge is not going to declare a mistrial on his own. It can be a two-parter. That's all right. I realize 200 characters is hard to fit a joke into, but
Here it is. Weather Watch says, Judge, scratch your head if you are watching us.
Please. Oh my goodness, Thomas, this would be amazing. Yeah, you realize we have to wait like 15 seconds for the judge to for the delay in YouTube and for him to read it. If he does it, I'm clipping it in a heartbeat. Oh,
look.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And then it looks like he's just looking to see everybody's reactions.
I don't know. Oh, he's got the scissors out. He's got the scissors out. Something's happening.
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. That was one of my favorite moments. That one was so funny. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, and look, it could have been, yeah, clipped it and it ended up with like 500,000 views on Twitter. It could have been coincidence, but it's funny because it happened, right after we know that when they had to replay that clip that they were watching RA's stream. So super funny. Super funny. Okay, so let's see. All right, so our next adventure is the top 7 wildest from Alex Jones. I have not watched this, so I don't know anything about it, so I'm just going to pull the clip that was sent.
How are you feeling today, Alex?
Oh, this is a sidebar. I don't know if I can play sidebar stuff. Might be able to skip through some of it. Let's see. Let's see what I can do. Yeah, it could very well have been a coincidence, but it is quite a coincidence if it was. It was really funny. We're glad you're here with us. This is a much needed break from the tension of the other trial. So, okay, so this one is not something I know anything about. This one was one of the ones that was emailed. This clip was emailed. So this is actually a long crime sidebar. So I'll have to skip through some of their stuff because I don't want to have to listen to all of, I can't play all of their commentary and stuff, but we'll watch their top moments on Alex Jones' defamation trial. And while we're doing this, y'all give me a couple more and I'll take, because I've gone through a bunch of the email ones. Y'all give me a couple more that you want and I'll put up a poll for our next adventure.
I actually feel good because I get a chance to, for the first time, say what's really going on instead of the corporate media and high-powered law firms manipulating what I actually did.
Alex Jones' defamation trial out in Texas has had many wild turns, including with the InfoWars host taking the stand. Refresher here, including Sharon Punish.
I know that you're a father and my son existed. You're still on your show today trying to say that I'm
oh, I know who this is.
Implying that I'm an actress,
Sure.
that
I
I'm
know
deep
now.
state. You have this week. And I don't understand. Truth is so vital to our world. Truth is what we base our reality on. And you have to agree on that to have a civil society. Sandy Hook is a hard truth. Nobody would want to ever believe that 26 kids could be murdered. Nobody would ever want to believe that. I understand people not wanting to believe that, actually. I don't want to believe it. But I've, since that day, dedicated my life to keeping kids safe. It's our responsibility. I used to think it was the school's responsibility. It's actually our responsibility. And I've dedicated my life to that. And having a quarter of Americans doubt that Sandy Hook happened or doubt the facts around Sandy Hook is not conducive to keeping our kids safe. It's not. And it's our responsibility to keep our kids safe. This happened almost 10 years ago. We've had over 350 school shootings since then. We have to keep our kids safe. Jesse was real. I am a real mom.
In defamation cases, it is so important to hear from the plaintiffs because how did they suffer? What was the impact of these statements on their parents?
And I'm looking at it, and I'm watching what's being said and what's going on, and it really then makes it clear what happened.
How does it make you feel knowing that that was said today by this man on his radio show while Jesse's father was testifying in that same seat you're sitting in?
Yeah, I remember who he is now. The name didn't register at
I've
first.
had a hard time finding words today. It makes me feel astounded in a bad way. It's horrific.
Unbelievable. And so it becomes a legitimate question. Why should the jury believe that Jones is being sincere when he says he never intended to harm?
Records, I've said it many times, I apologize to both.
Sustained. So, Mr. Jones, one of the instructions I just gave you is that this is not a conversation. Question and answer.
So she got the monologue, but not me. I got it.
So again, he says he's sorry, but then seems to criticize Lewis by saying she monologued. And by the way, his response would seem to support his contention, promoting his supplement.
Yes.
Are your vitamins FDA certified?
No, they're not.
Why not?
1996 law, the FDA has no jurisdiction over any nutraceuticals, not the ones at Whole Foods, not the ones at GNC, and not ours. And ours are private labeled, top brands that are sold at Whole Foods and GNC. We have them made by the top lab recognized in the United States. All we do is put our label on it, so we know it's triple tested,
That was a
the
good
highest
one,
quality,
Dr. Spiegel.
and that's why people love it, because it is the best out there. And I'll give it to Whole Foods, and I'll give it to GNC and others. They've got the same stuff. There's all sorts of crap you can buy at a gas station out there. That's not what ours is. I mean, we buy our PQQ and CoQ10 from the Japanese. I mean, it's the best. Costs 5 times what synthetic PQQ and CoQ10 cost.
Incredible. Just incredible. But what Jones also did, and this was a problem for him, is that he told some untruths. You know, he said on the stand that he complied with discovery requests and that he's bankrupt. This is not true. A default judgment was entered against him because of his failure to comply with
Some things you could not testify about.
Yes.
Oh, I recognize that,
And
Rich.
do you remember what they were?
Yes.
And what were they? Just top level.
I'm trying to remember that. First, there was a document you put out saying, don't talk about free speech. Don't say I'm innocent, and a bunch of other stuff. And then that got withdrawn. I believe you withdrew it. I think called motion limiting.
Okay, so you don't remember?
No.
No.
I remember currently.
Stop. You believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim to think something is true does not make it true. It does not protect you. It is not allowed. You are under oath. That means things must actually be true when you say them. Don't talk.
Don't
And
talk.
then there was this weird back and forth over whether Alex Jones was chewing gum in court.
Spit your gum out, Mr. Jones.
It's not gum.
What is it? Because you're not allowed food or gum of any kind in the courtroom.
I had my tooth pulled a week and a half ago, and I had some gauze in there earlier, and it's been causing me to have some pain.
So you're chewing on your gauze?
Would you like me to show you?
No, I
Yeah,
just
here.
want you to answer my question.
No, I was massaging the hole in my mouth with my tongue. Okay, right here.
I don't want to see
All right.
the inside of your mouth.
Oh, no, there's no gum. Hole.
Sit down.
This guy.
It's like you can't make this stuff up. But one of the weirdest things to happen was at the very end of the day. As the judge left, the jury left, Scarlett Lewis, again, the plaintiff in this case, appears to hand something to Alex Jones, maybe pence.
And that he's slow and autistic.
No, I'm slow enough. I'll be honest on here.
That's it. I'm not talking anymore. You're not doing this. That's not even a thought. That's not the way this goes.
Why, because you can't feed them fake videos anymore?
No, shut your mouth.
That's what you're trying to shut my mouth, you'll never succeed. Okay.
My son's autistic.
I think I'm autistic too, buddy.
Shut your mouth? I think I'm autistic too? The level of animosity between these sides is just so palpable. And so the question is, what is going to happen next? Who knows? But we're going to follow it. Thanks for joining us here on Sidebar. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
He's a delight. Okay, so I'm going to do the one from the poll, but we're going to do this one real quick first.
If the bailiff could confirm, well, he put him on top, he put him on the floor. That's his right. They're not in front of him, but it's by his own conduct that he's done that. The record should reflect Mr. Brooks is muted because he wants to continue to debate with this court about my prior rulings regarding his forfeiture by conduct of his right to present further evidence on his behalf. I know one of the things I probably need to look at, I'm not sure if Madam Clerk did this or not, would be the language from the amendment from the amended information on count 70. No, I don't want to do that. I changed, hold on. 76, the 76 count, just want to make, it says near Frame Park, so it is in there, but that was just one question I had. All right. So state have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I'm just going through each one. I'm on page 50 of 107. Everything's looking great so far.
Okay. Fair enough. There's 107 pages. I certainly can give the parties some time to continue to read through them.
He's hiding behind the boxes. It's why people should not be allowed to represent themselves. This, and because I think they shouldn't be allowed to question their victims.
Mr. Brooks is requesting to go back to his cell. At this point, I'm going to deny that request. He can remain in the other courtroom.
Just peeking out over the top. It's like a whack-a-mole. She's just like, for her to keep a straight face while dealing with all of his nonsense, and for her to have the patience that she had just from the clips I saw yesterday. Oh, we got to do our, I'm going to pull up the next one, but y'all start giving me suggestions for our next adventure, and I'll do another poll. Hide and seek champion.
I know he's muted, but I can certainly hear him from this side. He appears to be yelling at the top of his lungs. I can't decipher what he's yelling.
This is ridiculous. Look at him peeking out over the top of it.
I put that on the record since that was an issue raised by Mr. Brooks previously. Now, I need to get a copy of the jury instructions.
That's hilarious. All right, let's see what else we got. I have next up, I think this is it. This is the one that
Grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years, my whole life. Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the chief deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office. And I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Claflin University, where I teach crime scene related classes.
All right, and pull that mic a little bit closer to you. Let's first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that. Let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could just kind of walk through the
We'll go
various
straight
stages of your
to-
career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the chief deputy for
James Cross.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career.
I love me some Dr. Kinsey, but we'll go to the cross-examination because that's where it gets spicy. Y'all, one thing I missed about the Murdoch trial, I missed the camera angles. I missed the audio, the quality of it.
Yes. Dr. Kinsey, I just have a few more questions on direct examination. Did you see any evidence?
So
So I call you doctor or deputy or chief or what?
I haven't been a deputy in about 25 years, Mr. Harper, but I'll answer to whatever you call me, sir.
Never read that. So, when did you start in law enforcement?
Around 93.
And you were in Orangeburg?
Yes, sir.
Hoots.
You know, back then, I was a solicitor in the Fifth Circuit. I was the prosecutor there. Do you remember that?
I've testified for you a couple times, Mr. Harper.
I thought you looked familiar. So you actually were my witness a couple times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if we're going to have much to speak today, but I'm going to try to understand a couple things. If that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So let's understand the wound to Paul, the two wounds to Paul. And as I understand it, you were saying that he was standing how far back when he got shot, struck down? For his bloody footprints to be there, those footprints had to be made after he had the shot in the chest, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And so how far back in the room were those footprints?
The footprints are approximately, because I have no way, once everything was pressure washed and cleaned out, but looking at the actual crime scene photographs and then taking my own measurements, the placard, the yellow placard that's in the photographs is approximately at 5 foot. And he was on the other side so he was occupying that 6 foot area.
And there were no scales in any of those pictures, were there?
There were not, no, sir.
Let me just talk about this generally before we get to that. You teach a course on crime scene processing?
Yes, sir.
You teach a course on how one should photograph a crime
Blah.
scene?
Yes, I've seen
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to try to oversimplify this. There's basically 2 or 3 things that you want on any crime scene photo. The first is a scale, correct?
Well, there's 3 types of photos. One of those includes a scale. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, obviously you don't have a scale. It's a long shot out, like from outside the feed room in. But for something like bloody footprints, you would want a scale.
I would. Yes, sir.
And you want multiple lighting sources so that it's well lit.
Well, if you operate the camera correctly, you have your light source. And that's why you do it from 90 degrees over perpendicular to the footprint, because you can hit all the angles and then choose the best exposure that takes those shadows out.
So if you do 90, do you recommend taking more than one shot?
Yes, sir. Typically.
I mean, at different perspectives of the same item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you recommend multiple shots, including one. Got to have 190 degree.
If for comparison evidence, you do. Yes, sir.
And in the sense of the shoes, the shoe prints you think you saw, they were definitely Paul's shoes. You did that comparison.
Just like with the tire tread, they share class characteristics with Paul's shoes.
Were those shoes facing? You'll find what I want.
I think after they go through it all, because he spends all this time explaining all this.
Okay, so let me go a couple other questions.
Dr. Kinsey gets back on the stand.
You were hired on December 22nd?
I think it was in November when I first got to review the evidence, and I think I was hired in October. I can't tell you the actual date on my retainer, but it was several weeks after that before I ever got access to evidence.
Okay, so you read a crime scene reconstruction done by a guy named Bevel from Oklahoma, did you not?
I did I did read that, yes, sir, but I did not depend on that to make my determinations.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
For purposes
I did review that, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when he generated his report?
I don't, Mr. Harper.
Would it surprise you if he generated it in 2022, early? Several months before you even asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were their second choice?
I don't know if I was their second choice. I was a choice.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand the date of Mr. Bevel's report. So he issued a report in March of 2022, and you were not asked to get involved until October of 2022.
I had a phone call early, shortly after. I don't even remember who I talked with, but someone called me shortly after the homicides and asked me if I would mind taking a look at stuff. And I said, I'm always available to help if I can.
Okay. Now, the other things that you looked at, let me just make sure we understand what you looked at. You had a David Green recording of June 7th, 2021. You remember looking at that?
Body camera, yes, sir.
Right. And in that body camera interview, when they talked to Mr. Murdaugh, he indicates the phone had fallen out of Paul's pocket when he tried to check his pulse, and he put it on. It didn't explode out of anywhere. He put it on that picture that you introduced just a moment ago. He put it on his rear end. Correct?
It may have said that in the body cam.
So there was no exploding out of any pocket, right?
I don't believe it did. And that's what I said. Someone other than Paul put it there.
Okay. Now, you had a SLED crime scene investigator summary. Was that by Agent Worley?
I read several SLED reports, but Agent Worley's report was one of them.
Right. Yes, sir. Can you digested everything in that report that was relevant to your inquiry?
I read those reports just so I have the knowledge of it, but what I can work out on my own, even if it contradicts their results, I like to make my own.
For instance, she had very distinct measurements on shell casing location, right?
Yes, sir, I believe they
And
did.
you relied on that, certainly, in looking at shell casing placement.
When you say shell casing, are you
I'm
talking
talking about where the Blackout 300 shell casings were.
I looked at the path. I did not look at the measurement per se because, like I said, the shooter moving, the victim moving, not having the rifle and be able to say exactly where it throws that shell casing, I don't get too involved with that. I'll look at the general path where they're at, but as far as so many feet, so many inches, I don't pay a lot of attention to that.
And I'm not asking you that, but it would show you the path of the shooter, would it not?
Well, like I said earlier in my testimony, it could or it may not. You can't look and say a shooter started here and ended here because he might have went from here to here and back to here.
Well, let me rephrase that. Not necessarily the path, but at least you would know generally where the shooter was during, if you look at the coagulation of all those shots. For instance, what we see, if you remember correctly, is a number of these shell casings. There's one sort of back on the gravel road, and then all of the rest of them are located in a fairly small area on the grass. And then there's one under her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would show you, at least generally, I mean, the one under her had to have been a shot that was fired while she was upright and fell on it, correct?
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay. But give you some general idea where the shooter was. General idea.
General idea, somewhere
I love him.
somewhere within 5 foot, 5 or 6 foot, knowing what I know about those rifles, it's not going to throw it 20 foot or 30 foot. It's going to be confined to that area. And all I can do is probably put a general perimeter within, a couple yards at the most from Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Did you look at the autopsy report?
I did, yes, sir.
And the autopsy report, Dr. Reamer indicated the angle of the shot, we talked this to death, was 135 degrees.
I really wasn't aware of that, but I look at the photos more than the report part.
Okay, hold on 1 second here. Let me see if I have it. Let me ask them to find something. And you list a bunch of things here. You looked at lab photos of victims' clothing, trace reports, DNA, CS. What's CS photos? Evidence processing. What's CS mean? Crime scene.
Yes,
Okay. So you looked at the crime scene photos. There are 449 of those, or at least the ones that were relevant to your look, what you were looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
A number of interviews with people, right?
I had access to it. I may have looked at some of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that point?
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends, once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay. Well,
With an improved choke, at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So
He explains things so well.
you looked at the autopsy photos, right?
I did, yes, sir.
Was the wound on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you look at the x-rays?
I did, yes, sir.
And there's a whole bunch of pellets in his shoulder.
Along the path, yes,
Along
sir.
the path. But wouldn't it indicate that the spread of those pellets is significantly more than 1 inch or 2 inches? Like, I think we determined it was about a 6-inch spread.
Well, I don't think with the angle, it would be possible for someone to be 12 yards away and shooting up that direction. So obviously that's got something to do with the close proximity and the way those number twos work.
So, do you have an explanation for why the spread would have been that big based on what we just did? I don't want to pull the shotgun out.
I'm not a firearms examiner, Mr. Harpootlian, and I'm just familiar with how they work.
And so your position is that spread is not inconsistent with what you've
I
testified?
do not believe so. I have had people shoot themselves in front of me, and I have worked a number of crime scenes where I've seen the same damage.
Okay. So, okay, here we go. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. This is your report.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me ask you, did you say Paul's height 5'8" and the sharp angle upwards, approximately 135 degrees, support that Paul's left side was dipping slightly, head slightly forward as he was standing or exiting the feed room at the time of the second shot?
I think that's what I testified to, yes, sir, and that's still my findings.
Okay, I just want to make sure this 135-degree thing I didn't imagine. That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was hoping you didn't say I copied someone else, but yes, sir, that's my measurement.
Okay. So, you also said the length of the shotgun would be needed to a reasonable degree of certainty, but it's unlikely the shooter was standing with a shouldered weapon at the time of the second discharge. We've already established that, correct?
Yes, sir.
They would have been crouched or holding it down in some awkward position.
Yes, sir.
Rather than having it up to their shoulder.
Extensive firearm instruction.
Finish this.
And I know more about hog hunting than I ever.
You don't have, you do
knew in my
in
life
your
before.
opinion, IQ 7. It is my opinion that the exact position of the shooter cannot be determined in relation to Margaret, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the most accurate information available to narrow down the position of the shooter's position is the physical position of the deceased, bullet path of known wounds, stippling, or lack of physical damage caused by those wounds. So you came across no data that would allow you to determine trajectory with any degree of certainty as to Maggie.
No, because the victim and the shooter could possibly have been moving. So it's no way, to my knowledge, scientifically to prove either one.
Okay, and I guess that wasn't my question. My question was, you saw no data in the material you looked at that would allow you to do that.
Other than the pathologist measuring the angle of her stomach wound and her thigh wound, and they were very similar angle, that's about all I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian.
Okay. And let me deal with a couple of issues. Let's go to the what you testified to about the impression on her leg, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a tire that you're talking about.
I explained that I can't call this to the exclusion of all others. If I was going to make an absolute identification, I would require a scale photograph.
Right, and there's no scale in either one of those.
No, sir, but I got it close, but still not close enough for me to call. I used the scale at autopsy that the pathologist used on the back of Miss Margaret Murdoch's leg, and I went and did research on the tire, and I actually know the type of tire, and the only problem is it comes in a 9, a 10.
He knows so
That
much.
tire caused.
S is
Let's get through the tire.
Got to the autopsy for leg. Whatever it is, her pictures. Was there any mud on them?
There I would have called that all day. And
say with affinity that tread caused dicks or the mark on the back of her leg. And
I did.
Around about how not closing. I have a couple more shots, but a couple more questions. We'll strike that. Let me check one thing with my folks over here, and I'm probably.
Now think about how clearly I've skipped through some of it, but think about how clearly he's explained
Real quick,
everything.
you were you're asked a little bit about the tire marking. Was the trajectory of the shot to Paul's head?
Where I'm at, up at 135-degree angle.
And what did you observe up here?
I observed body fluid. Death scenes, but the answer is yes, sir.
Where
The victim can move.
Yes, sir.
The shooter can move.
Absolutely.
Interest of justice has allowed me to point the shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is. So we agree that if he's standing in the doorway, the shooter would have had the shot and how about turn a little bit to your turn that way? A little bit more?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the shotgun would have been about like this. About like this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that's the trajectory. That's where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to been.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You may step down.
Oh, wait, we
Sir.
missed it. Hold on.
Was the trajectory of the shot to Paul's head? That easel drawing y'all did, that was reversed from the reality that was demonstrated to the jury. Stuff that you and Mr. Hart got in the head.
That what I did there a moment ago with the easel was a mirror image or a negative of what actually occurred, right?
It was the opposite side of the door, yes, sir.
Go get the door, please. Mr. Barber, in the interest of justice, has allowed me to point the shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is. So we agree.
Where's the Isacone?
If he's standing in the doorway, the shooter would have had the shotgun. And how about turn a little bit to your?
I thought it was during
That
this.
way? A little bit? Yes, sir. Okay, the shotgun would have been about like this.
Yeah, bringing the receipts was hilarious.
About like this. Yes, okay. Okay. So that's the trajectory. That's where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to been.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
It's in
Let me step down.
your rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
This is the because they did direct and then cross and then redirect, and then this is after.
So you came across no data that would allow you to determine trajectory with any degree of certainty as to Maggie.
No, because the victim and the shooter could possibly have been moving. So it's no way, to my knowledge, scientifically, to prove either one.
Okay, and I guess that wasn't my question. My question was, you saw no data in the material you looked at that would allow you to do that.
Other than the
Oh, for the
pathologist measuring the
rebuttal.
angle
Oh,
of her
for the
stomach
rebuttal.
wound and her
I'm
thigh
doing
wound, and they were very similar.
Redirect. Kinsey. That's what it was. Let's see. See, this is why I have y'all. Y'all get to.
Jury is present, sir. All right, thank you, Mr. Griffin. Yes, sir.
I even said earlier it was Griffin, and then it didn't even.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm still talking about the quail pen. You remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not remember, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report, take a look at it. We don't, it's already in evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury, and if that's consistent with your understanding of how high that defect is.
4 foot 2 inches.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And did you inspect, when you were out there, did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did. Yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But are you being compensated for your time?
I am. Yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours. But I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay. So you've made 7,500 $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please. I think it's the right number. Yeah. So this is from Mr. Sutton, and it's got, let's just focus on the angle going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay. But, and the quail pen's 4 feet, the defect in the quail pen's 4 feet, 2 inches off the ground. And according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay.
Pellet marks on it.
Any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. I can show you.
He's starting to get frustrated now. I'm skipping forward.
There's actually several. If you, I mean,
right.
you're cutting in on that one, but.
So you say there are more defects on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you document any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. I can show you. I mean,
okay.
What other documentation did I need to do it to verify that that's the same door?
No, I'm just talking about other pellet marks on the door.
There are other pellet marks on there. Yes, sir. You just cut that one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions right there in the paint.
All right, back it up, Doug.
Right above the hinge, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
There's several of them there.
He's trying so hard
and then you see this pellet here in the.
I did not see that, but I'm vertically challenged, and I wish I could have looked up and saw that pellet, but I did not see that pellet lodged in that door frame. But I'm glad, Mr. Maybach, Pombach, however you say his name, I'm glad he found it, because that even proves my point a little bit more.
Well, so I'm going to ask you, according to your shot angle, how would a pellet get there?
It's really, I mean, the cone, it's a cone, Mr. Griffin. I've already described how a shot pattern works. It's a cone.
So this missed his head, you think?
He said, really, Mr.
it
Griffin?
came out of his head. And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB, and in the feed room.
Okay. And so you believe that
He said, you can hear him getting frustrated and you like hearing the first part, you can hear how calm he is and how he just explains things so well. And, you know, he's so polite. And then he's like, you know, their testimony that wasn't what it is, something different. And he's like, really? It's a cone. Like, we've been through this. Oh, I love him so much. He's amazing. He wants so bad to just, you know, be his sweet self, but you can only deal with nonsense for so long. Okay, so let's see. Mark Tinsley cross-examination is the next adventure that y'all voted on. Let me get it pulled up, and we'll do the one from when the jury wasn't there. That was his sassiest one. He had his sassy pants on that day. Mark Tinsley. Even a 5-year-old could see. Let's see. And
you want
look, they knew what they were doing. I don't think that Dick or Jim wanted to be the ones to handle this one. So they let him do it. All right. All right. This is y'all's next adventure you chose.
You testified at length to the state grand jury, basically this similar testimony you're giving here today. Is that correct?
The testimony I gave today is included in what I said to the state grand jury, yes.
And it seems like the gist of this is that you were suing Alex Murdaugh, who you believe was underinsured for this incident, and you're going to go after his personal assets. And that was going to put some financial pressure on him. Is that correct?
Probably not exactly. I mean, I don't mean to quibble with you over the words you used, but I don't think it was financial pressure because I was holding him personally accountable. I was insisting that he pay. I didn't see how a payment plan on a settlement would put any pressure on Alec. It was sort of a deal that he couldn't turn down from where I sat.
But you were asking for money.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And the inquiry here today is about money, his finances, correct?
I don't think so, but it certainly concerns his money.
And you're anticipating you're going to go to trial, is that correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to trial and get a verdict against Alex Murdaugh, correct? That was what you thought. That's where this was going.
No, I mean, I didn't see how any reasonable person wouldn't settle the case, especially Alec. So I expected the case to settle. 90% of cases settle, maybe 99. But if we had to try it, yes, we were going to try it.
And if he were unable to offer more money, then your expectation on, say, on June 7th, before these murders, your expectation was if he doesn't offer more money, we're going to trial.
Any money.
Right.
It was no money.
Right.
No money had been offered.
So your expectation then was we're going to trial.
If you offer me no money in a case that I'm pursuing against you, then the response is we are going to trial.
And you were pretty far from trial on June 7th, 2021, were you not?
No.
You believe you were close to taking it to trial?
There was an urgency because John Tiller knew that he had about a year to live. And we were going to try that case. My expectation was early fall, late summer.
You expected to try the boat case in the summer of 2020, late summer of 2021?
August, September, October, sometime in that time.
You felt like you were only 2 or 3 months away from trial?
Sure.
Even though we had all these pending motions that hadn't even been heard, including what venue to have?
I had tried the case 2 times with a Beaufort jury during COVID. I was ready to go to trial.
On that day, on June 7th, you hadn't even yet asserted a negligent entrustment claim against Alex.
Well, I had with John Tiller. John Tiller knew and had agreed to the amendment. There were a number of things that Alex counsel had agreed to, including knowing that there was substantial punitive evidence in the case.
And you, at that time, you hadn't even asserted that claim to the court. That was before the court was. That was just a conversation with John Tiller.
That's the conversation that mattered, because John Tiller would be the one who would object to the late presentation of the evidence, the late presentation of an expert, and he had agreed to all those things.
But he had objected to the financial discovery you asked for.
Well, there was an objection posed, correct?
But he did object to that.
When that answer was given in October or September of 20, it was an objection.
And the hearing that motion to compel the financial detail, the testimony, that's just one of many motions that needed to be heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
There are many motions that had piled up.
Yeah, this was
There were several.
this was outside the presence of the jury because this
There was a
when,
motion to change venue.
they were still
There was a motion to
deciding if this
compel
was going to
against
be
Parker's.
allowed in or not.
There was, Parker's
this is
had
part of
one or two
financial
motions.
stuff.
Some of the motions got resolved. One of which was this motion to assert
Oh,
admiralty.
y'all give me some more. We'll
in the
do our next
case
vote.
with the agreement that I would amend
Camille and Amber.
to assert your negligent entrustment claim, to get in all of the evidence that they knew I had. That was resolved that way.
You've had a lot of motions practiced in this case with Parker's, haven't you?
More so since the murder.
But has that motions practice with Parker's been about the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Well, I mean, it's about it in the sense that that it certainly created a lot of additional issues to deal with, but not specifically.
There was a lot of motion practice about allegations of leaking of video from mediation, for example. Right.
I don't know about a lot, but I had filed a motion that I ultimately
We
withdrew.
got to do the B one anyway.
And you believe that you were going to drag Parker's to a trial within 2 or 3 months, late summer
Ridiculous.
of June 7th, even though we have all these fairly preliminary motions that haven't been heard, change of venue, asking to amend pleadings, motions to compel discovery.
Yeah, maybe you've never tried a civil case. So when COVID happened and everything was shut down for 2 months, I got my case together. My case is not dependent on, if I'm forced to try it, the bank institutions where he has accounts. My case is not dependent on the leaked video. That's a separate matter and ended up being a separate lawsuit. So the answer is yes. I was ready to try my case.
You didn't need, for example, an answer on the motion to compel that was pending against Parker's. You didn't actually need any of that stuff to go to trial against Parker's. Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the percentage of financials, percentage of sales that alcohol made up in his profits? No, I didn't need that.
Well, let's put that up.
I wanted it, but I didn't need it.
We'll watch that one. Everybody, a lot of people like that one. We can watch that one. We're definitely going to have to watch the B. Oh, gosh. My dog stepped on a bee.
Show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 82. You recognize that?
It appears to be my motion to compel against Greg Parker's company.
Pull up 82, please. And this is the document.
The video they were playing in court
Handed to you.
shut down all the streams, even Long Crime, because
So we
you're
have,
not
it's
supposed
not
to play
just
it. Long
buried
Crime,
in
everybody
here
had to
is
start a
some
new
request for
stream.
Financial information, but you're requesting answers to request for production 3, request for production 11, request for production 16, request for production 17, which is financial information, request for production 18, request for production 19, request for production 20, request for production 22, request interrogatory number 5, interrogatory number 8, interrogatory number 9, interrogatory number 10, interrogatory number 12, interrogatory number 13, interrogatory number 15, interrogatory number 18. It seems like it's quite a bit of discovery you're demanding from Parker's in this motion.
Which I would have had the answer to on June 10th.
So you didn't-
Either I was getting it or I wasn't getting it, but my case wasn't dependent on these things. They may have helped my case. They may have put pressure on Parker's camp like I was trying to put pressure on Alec, but the trial wasn't dependent on these things.
And turning to the motion to compel, Alex, first, do you believe that the Judge Hall's initial request in May to go forward with pending motion hearings was telegraphing a ruling on that specific motion, or do you believe that that was him looking at these motions piling up and wanting to get some movement?
Yeah, I think so. There's nobody in the courtroom, maybe even including me, who wants the case resolved more than Judge Hall.
And when the late Mr. Tiller asked for a continuance, you don't believe that was any kind of stalling tactic?
No.
That was a legitimate health-based concern.
And if you read my emails, you would see that I immediately agreed to it. John Tiller was my friend.
With regards to what you're asking for from Alex, let's maybe pull that up.
Oh my gosh, that part.
I believe the state has already marked this as an exhibit, but this is the motion to compel. Can we pull up 80, please? It's already been shown to you, but I'll show you when it's been marked as 80 for your reference. So this is asking for an order compelling production on interrogatories 9 and 10, and then a set of supplemental interrogatories and supplemental requests for production. Is that correct?
It is.
And if we turn to
and 9 and 10 are important as well. We didn't cover that, but I'm happy to speak to 9 and 10 because 9 and 10 asked Alec about.
Sir, no one's asked you about it.
Okay.
We'll get to it. But first, let's turn to answers to the first supplemental interrogatories. This is the first page of Exhibit B.
He's so snotty to him.
So we can
Sir.
see what it is that has been asked.
Nobody
for.
asked you.
There's no D in mine. I'm sorry.
B.
Oh,
Exhibit
B.
B. It's the first page of what's Exhibit B in here. It's right there. That's it. the first page after the motion, so it'd be page 9.
Because they have no defense.
So Mr. Waters asked you about this list of all checking savings accounts, retirement accounts. And then you don't have to highlight
what they said.
or expand this stuff. All stock, and then number 2, all stock certificates, and we go to the next page. All property interest of property of every kind whatsoever, from February 24, 2019 forward. All life insurance policies, 4 or 5, all personal financial statements submitted to any bank, et cetera. Profit sharing plans, pension plans, et cetera. Doesn't this look like supplemental discovery after you get a judgment? Supplemental proceedings?
I've never been involved in supplemental proceedings, so no, I don't think so. This is what my people needed answers to before they would agree to take anything that Alec would have offered.
In court cases against individuals, in this case, a negligence in entrusting a boat and an alcohol-related incident, before there's even motions for summary judgment, before there's any consideration of whether a case has been made for punitive damages, do you typically get this level of financial discovery of defendants?
I think so. I think the judge ultimately agreed to give it to me.
Ridiculous.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
You thought
He
wrong.
granted this motion?
There's a lot of
I think
papers.
so. You want to see the order?
Maybe you got confused. And then he's got his receipts. This is one of my favorite
So,
moments of the
the
trial.
October 7th, 2021.
I just have to see it again.
Of financial discovery of defendants?
I think so. I think the judge ultimately agreed to give it to me.
I love this part.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Receipts. Oh my
So,
gosh.
The record, October 7th, 2021.
Best moment ever.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what you've highlighted here is that Mr. Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, unable to gather, provide necessary information, answer requests and interrogatories. Once the information is made available to Attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing.
If necessary. You forgot the last part.
If necessary. The
Yeah.
court will schedule a hearing
That's
if
right.
necessary.
Which
If
means
Mr. Tiller, the attorney on the
I get it
case,
with a look.
can from his own client get the information. This is no way says that the court granted this motion, does it, sir?
only to you, I think. I mean, it's clear that
Only
John
you.
said that Alec was unavailable because he was in rehab at the time. He couldn't get the material. He's going to get the material, and the judge ordered get the material. And if we need to schedule a hearing
But only to
because you
you.
don't have the answers that you want, Mr. Tinsley, then we'll reschedule the hearing.
I mean, this is an order that says the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary. It's
My
not
only-
granting the motion to compel, sir, is it?
Oh, I think so. I think if he was just going to deny it as you suggest, then it would have just said denied, or it's
If it was
it's
granted, would
premature.
you say granted?
No, I think that's what it says. It's a practical matter when parties have discovery motions. Oftentimes, like Alec is in his own statement said he was working on getting the answers. The reason is you give the answers because you don't want to face what could happen in the argument with the judge. So my point is that if the judge were going to say it's premature, you're not going to get it, it's denied, any of the things you suggested in your motion, he would have said that. That's not what he did. That's not what happened.
So funny. Are there any more moments from this one? I can't remember. Is the 5-year-old, a 5-year-old could do it? Is that one in this one?
Which is October 6, 2021. You asked for financial information in the motion that was pending against Parker's that was also going to be heard on June 10th.
It was different and for different reasons.
You asked for alcohol sales, right?
What I explained to Judge Hall is that they say he's broke. And before my people,
No, sir, I'm asking what you asked for from Parker's. I'm pretty sure that wasn't, they say he's broke. What were you asking for from Parker's?
I asked for, among other things, the percent of alcohol sales that made up his net profit.
And this was like a dram shop action against Parker's, correct? They sold the alcohol.
Like a dram shop action,
Okay.
yes.
And did you get a ruling on that? That request for that financial information from Parker's that was going to be heard on that June 10th day, just along with all these other motions that had piled up in a case that apparently wasn't moving very
Well,
quickly.
I understand you don't want to acknowledge what I've handed you, but
I asked you what the ruling was on the motion from Parker's.
It was very limited, and as it related to the percent of sales of alcohol that made up his profit, it was premature. The judge ruled, unlike he did in that order I handed you, that it was premature at the time.
Why was it premature?
Well, the difference between Parker's and Alec is that Alec had, and his lawyers had 25 videos of alcohol. They had the punitive damages evidence. You didn't see that with Parker's. It was just a straight up transaction and sale. So to the extent you're suggesting that there wasn't this evidence, there were these mere allegations of negligent parenting, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the
You
argument.
presented that evidence to the court?
I didn't have to present it to the court. That's what you don't understand. John Tiller knew about it. John Tiller is the one who's responding because John Tiller knows ultimately he's going to be in front
So
of the
you're saying
judge.
the court, what, granting your motion, though, obviously it was saying there might be a hearing on the motion, and maybe at that hearing you'd present some evidence in support. But
I don't think that's what it says.
I mean, you asked for financial information from Parker's. It was deemed premature because it related to punitive damages, correct?
It was different than the motion that related to Elliot.
Because the law is how much money you have is a factor for punitive damages, correct?
Well, you're making statements of law. I'm telling you what was happening, and what was happening is that Alex's lawyers knew what the evidence was. They knew what the amendment was going to be and the allegations. And he knew ultimately he was going to be back in front of Judge Hall making some ridiculous argument that you're suggesting now.
And again, the gist of this is that there was perhaps going to be this judgment day, I think is a term the state has used, but that was going to be trial, right? That was going to be the verdict. That was going to be judgment day, not this motion hearing where there's a pile of motions that have piled up. And we saw the one that asked for financial information was deemed premature.
Not at all. You know, what was going on is, as I've said a number of times, Danny Henderson was very involved. Danny Henderson was a shareholder. Before I would have gotten the bank account information, before I would have seen the records, Danny Henderson would have seen those records. And I've seen the records. I've seen all the bank statements now. It would have been apparent to Danny Henderson, and I believe it would have been apparent to me what Alec had been doing. So that's the judgment day, is the discovery. And there were a lot of threads that were being pulled, and it was subject to unraveling at any moment. And if those records were disclosed, if Danny Henderson reviewed those records, he would have known there's no way Alec's getting these checks. There's no way these checks are going to Forge. There's no way that this money should be transferred.
And even if, hypothetically, had this hearing on the 10th, and you got a different ruling regarding Alex Murdaugh than you got against Parker's, if for some reason it's not premature to him, isn't it true all you would have been enabled, all you could have gotten would have been a net worth statement, financial statement?
Not even remotely close.
Isn't that you don't, in your opinion, there's no case law out there saying that's what you get, that's the measure for punitive damages, net worth. There's no such case in your opinion as an attorney.
I had 7 circuit court orders where the circuit court had ruled that you don't bifurcate discovery, that it wouldn't be proper to have denied the motion. And then what are we going to do? We're going to try the case, and suddenly we're going to stop the trial and go and do the discovery? No. And so I had 7 circuit court orders that I handed up to Judge Hall that supported our position. I think that that's what Judge Hall did in his order. And again, the issue is not that complicated. It's, does he have the ability to pay? Is he broke such that these people should accept this pitiful offer if he could cobble it?
But sir, that's not what you get on a motion to compel, is it? Right? You just said ability to pay so your client can make a decision on whether to accept the settlement offer, but that is not what the motion to compel is about, is it? It's about evidence for trial. That's the legal standard, is it not?
No, the motion to compel was about putting pressure on Alec. I didn't really give 2 cents about whether or not he ultimately had money, because I knew he had money. I didn't need those things. The fact that he didn't want me to have them is the reason that I'm pushing it. I just didn't know why he didn't want me to have them at the time. I do now.
So the motion to compel was to put pressure on Alex. It wasn't about an expectation the judge was actually going to give you this stuff on June 10th?
If you're a good plaintiff's lawyer, everything you do in a case is to put pressure on the other side.
But the expectation of the outcome of a hearing on June 10th was not that you're going to get to launch a full-scale forensic audit because you had a conversation with someone whose lawyer said, oh, he's broke, and you didn't believe it. Not at that stage of the litigation, sir, is it? That's not what's going to happen, is it?
I don't think you need a full-scale forensic audit for something a 5-year-old could see. So, no.
You wanted pre-trial ability to pay discovery to inform whether or not to accept compulsive discovery, compelled, so that your client.
I love his sassy pants. I think, are there any more on that one that we need to watch before we go to the next one? Oh, he's so funny. He's the best. All right, let's see. Our next, we have a few. Nancy, welcome. Welcome to our group. Welcome. We're glad to have you. Yeah. Which is funny because you know what? When he first started following me on Twitter, like he had not been active on Twitter before, and nobody believed it was him. And they were telling me like, you're talking to a troll. Like that's not really Mark Tinsley. And everybody kept telling me that that's not really him. And I'm like, Mark, drop a selfie. And he put a selfie, and then everybody was like, oh my God, it really is Mark Tinsley. It was hilarious. Hello to those of y'all joining us. Hello, hello. All right, let's see what's next. I have. Yeah, it's funny because when he first started, like when people then realized that it's really him, then all of a sudden everybody started following him and stuff. And he asked me, he was like, how do you deal with this? Like, because he was not a Twitter person, you know? And he was like, how do you deal with this? Like with all of these people, like all the time talking to you and stuff. I'm like, it can be a lot. Twitter is a lot. His original handle did seem fake because he wasn't ever on Twitter. So he still had like the, like, you know, Mark T 8792432, what, you know, whatever. So it was really funny. All right, let's see. Thank you. I just shoot my shot. I'm like, hey, you should come hang out with us. Because then what's the worst they can say? No. Or ooh. Or file a restraining order. Either way. Gotta shoot your shot. All right, let's see what's next. So we can do both because I know that y'all wanted to do both. When I put this poll up, everybody was saying it's not fair because you want to see both. So we'll do, does anybody know the Johnny Depp vaping guy? I can text him. I'll ask him if he wants to come on. He was going to come on because, you know, he's one of our trial daddies. And I talked to him and told him he needs to come on the WTF show with us sometime. But things have been so crazy, we haven't done many of the WTF shows. Let's see. Vaping witness. See the vaping witness. I loved the interviews with them. Oh, Alejandro Romero.
May 20th.
All right, let's see. Move myself back over here. All right, this is Alejandro.
Yes,
Yep. No, it's Tuesday.
but in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said,
I never
do you
cheated until
remember
now.
on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope. No. No, 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 no.
Would you be able
This
to
is a
testify
compilation.
to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
Total that you interacted with Amber Heard.
For a whole year, I can give you a number.
None of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. That we don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
What type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can
I
you
didn't
tell
even
me?
know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I
Can
can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, she was. Did Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
He's driving.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember what headgear he was wearing? He was wearing a scarf or a hat.
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner? On the
Nope,
time?
I don't remember. Nope.
You couldn't tell me one way or the other, right?
No.
But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, I wasn't not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job, and I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
Remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
Nope.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
You don't know whether she was wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
No, I don't know. No. If she was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably, probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No. Like I said, I was not looking for any person.
Who is it?
I remember the person has been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember. I don't remember her name.
You said he looked agitated.
Yeah, he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the time, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Like this is the first time I saw him like that.
All right. That was a first. I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Okay. All right. I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just
You
never seen
started
that.
driving that.
Yeah, that did it.
He started driving. All right, let's see. Oh, the one that's automatically coming up next is one of the ones that y'all asked to see anyway. Oh, you missed the vaping. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let's find the vaping. What's his name? Alejandro.
Tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them.
All right. I think this is where the
Can
vaping.
you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can
I
you
didn't
tell
even
me?
know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether Amber
know.
Heard was wearing concealer in any of
Good
those
morning.
videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I
Can
can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation?
Well, see,
or
this
powder
says that
Ms. Heard
this
uses or used at that time?
says he's caught vaping, but then
Okay.
it's not
So
showing
you
the
don't know
vaping.
whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of
Let's
those
see.
video clips, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to try to move
Oh, here it
along.
is.
So the
Correct.
I'm going to try to move
This
along.
was it.
So the incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the incident was May 20. I'm going to try to move along. So
You can see him blowing it out right there.
so you don't know whether Ms.
Johnny's
Heard was
face.
wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to try to move along. So the incident
Bless him.
was May 21st, 2016.
Good morning to those of y'all joining us. Good morning. Good morning. You're late. This one is. See if we can find a compilation where they already clip it for us. Let's see. Ooh, oops. Oops. Hitting the wrong button. Okay, Camille. Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp.
Oh my God. I just. Ugh. All right. This is the best moments from. This is another one that multiple people have asked for and voted on. This is.
Hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he? Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
I can't stand her.
Yes.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I
been
just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking
Yes,
accused me of? You
yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to say anything bad.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
Take what? You're on my shin. No. No, no, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
You will not see my
That's
eyes
you and
again.
Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
And see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
Oh, Jesus.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, he
Or-
was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well,
You notice
he
Melly said
pretty
those
much
exact
always-
words too. I can never hurt you in that text to Sack.
What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
Testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Wright?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Hurd?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad.
I could tell
I
you
have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference
she's
it.
a liar. That's a
picture
lie.
you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Hurd?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
She's a terrible liar, terrible actress, terrible person.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't-
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if you could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is
Everything.
the entirety of the medical record.
From anybody who's ever
Yes, what I
actually
meant by
been through
partial
it.
is I
It's
didn't
the opposite
talk
of
about
everything
what
she
happened to me.
says.
I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Well, let's do that, she said. I love Camille.
You could please go. Well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor. No signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah. It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Hurd?
I disagree with you on that.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
I hated it, so I kept
Let's
doing
look
it.
at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
And you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug usage.
Oh,
had
she looks
gotten,
real worried.
Where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help.
She's such a bad actress.
Seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A. And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Hurd. Just refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to
There's no
your
question
friend
yet,
Rocky
Ms. Hurd.
Pennington.
Yes, I did.
I love her. Camille, not Amber.
You sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
Didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Hurd?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. In this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in
She looks
fact,
so
your
proud.
exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
that's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please.
She
Well,
gets
try
her
to
on
answer my
this.
question.
This is the best part.
Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard,
The world doesn't.
I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted
Yes,
good press.
she did. Yes.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen.
Thank you.
You wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence.
I
Didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
She keeps
You
saying
moved to
pledge.
strike everything after yes. Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay
I'm
over
not
time.
asking, Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct?
I
Ms. Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times,
Oh!
didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion. Yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning. That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
She's a
I heard him
terrible
say that,
actress.
yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Ms. Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp. That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point. When he would run away at the first sign of trouble, often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster was the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Ms. Heard, the
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time. And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything. You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny, don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle.
I got
and he starts using
that
again.
on the
He's
list.
not responding to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again.
This has got 3 more minutes.
Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd
I'm
be
going to
more
move to
under the
strike
influence.
everything after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
Your Honor, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was a real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Going down the page,
I
you
can't
write a long
stand her.
series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything. You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again. I'm
He's not
trying
responding
desperately
to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd
I'm
be
going to
more
move to
under the
strike
influence.
everything after,
I was trying,
right?
No, I was
They
trying to
replayed
stop him
that
from
part.
using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was a real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
You were. She's ridiculous and I can't stand her. While we have this one's a 2-minute clip and we can't have all of this without playing this one because a lot of you voted for this one as well.
And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture is what it started with, glass. Threw glass at me and I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, it's done, cleaned himself up, he'd done it before and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like but real, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch and we were talking. We were having a like a normal conversation, you know, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar
of
cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it's like an actual vintage
Look at him
jar.
laughing.
But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, you know, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. Like I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, "What does it say?" And he said, "It says wino." It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed.
Oh, remember that used to be Winona forever.
I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And
I liked them together.
Slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny? You think you're a funny?" And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance, all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking because it didn't hurt.
Yeah. Lucy just unplugged my entire computer. So everything is now booting back up. I don't know. I heard her moving around over here, but my little, what's it called? The plug with all the surge protector or whatever. She just unplugged that entire thing and everything on my screen just went black. So Lucy's in trouble. Yeah, she's getting sassy. I'm sitting here watching, and then all of a sudden everything goes black, and I hear like a clunk, and I see where the plug where she was moving around, and the plug had come out and dropped down, and she unplugged everything. Bad dog. Bad dog. So everything's booting back up now. It'll take just a second for it all to get going because I have all my stuff on here. But did y'all did somebody predict that it was Lucy? She's so bad. She's over us. You know what's funny? You know how smart she is. Let me tell you how smart this little girl is. When I'm getting ready to like sign off and say bye to y'all and stuff, like I have, I'll kind of like when I'm watching, like I'm kind of like laid back. I'm watching, we talk a little bit more or whatever. But when it gets time to like, I didn't even notice I did this, but when it gets time to where it's getting closer to finishing everything up and, and I'm saying the goodbyes and closing down and stuff, like I'll kind of stand up and I'll be like, I'm not going to say it right now because she'll get excited and like start unplugging stuff again. But I'll be like, all right, well, y'all, thanks for, whatever. When I start saying that, she has picked up on the fact that means that I'm saying goodbye and that things are ending. And she gets really excited because she hears me starting the whole process of closing down the stream. And she knows that means I'm about to pay attention to her again and take her on a walk and do all of these things. So she gets really excited when she sees me saying goodbye and stuff, which is so funny. She's really smart. Like she's a smart cookie, except for when she unplugs all of my stuff. Duct tape time. I know. Well, see, and I just set this whole desk up and I haven't had a chance to I've got the stuff plugged in. I haven't had a chance to really organize and move that part over yet. And I guess that's going to be what I'm going to be doing this afternoon because she has like a little bed right here at the under the desk at my feet. Because sometimes she likes to lay in my lap. Sometimes she wants to lay in her little bed. So but she can't be too far from me, God forbid. So I put her little bed, under the desk, but all the cords are over here. So she's not really under the desk, but it's funny because she she'll walk around when she's getting ready to go get in her little spot under here. And this time she took the long way and unplugged everything on my stuff. So she's funny. All right, let me see. We were almost to the B part. This one that we were watching is pretty short. So I know we were almost to the B. Let me see if I can get it. Such a bad dog. I tried to connect to my fast Wi-Fi, and it's not done booting yet. So I'm on my old Wi-Fi, but it defaulted to my old Wi-Fi. So then I tried to put it on my fast stuff, and I guess it's not done rebooting yet. So it kicked me off again. What if she just like learned that and that was just her new thing? Like instead of bringing me flip-flops, she just unplugged everything. Lucy girl. All right. My fiber stuff, whatever, is still showing that it's doing the thing, I guess, whatever she did to that. So we're going to see if I'm on my old Wi-Fi right now. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if it allows me to do this without, I haven't had to use my old Wi-Fi since I got the new fiber stuff. And I think she has, because I looked down at her and I was like, what'd you just do to me? Sabotaging me. She's so funny. All right, let me see if I can get this pulled up with if it won't let me do it with the old Wi-Fi, then we're just going to have to take a break. But we've been having so much fun. Let's see, history. She cracks me up. This dang dog of mine. All right. Share screen. All right, we're going to see if it works on the old Wi-Fi until my other one gets back up and going. But that's not the one. All right.
Because it didn't look like it said that at all, and I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking, and slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny? You think you're a funny? And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, what are you doing? You're crazy. I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance, all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. Before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry, and he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it. And It's done. I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. It's done. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. Got up, I went to the car. I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window, trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because
Bless her.
I was heartbroken.
They didn't even get to the B part. Bless her. Ugh. 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 Unless I missed it, because I was gagging over other things.
Everyone.
All right, here, let's see if this one.
I was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually it was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet.
That the bee thing was one of those things that I was like, this is a Saturday Night Live skit. This is not like an actual moment. This is they're playing a joke on us. They have to be playing a joke on us. All right, let's see. All righty. Yeah, Johnny has always been known to have addiction problems, but Johnny has never been known to have any kind of violence in his history, which is the part that makes me, question everything. Well, that and her terrible acting. There's a live chase going on for 2 hours. That's crazy. Is RA not covering? Oh, RA's on vacation, isn't he? I forgot. Let's see. We'll see if we can do. My fast Wi-Fi is still not coming up the way it should be. What did she do? All right, let's see. I'll see if we can do that. We'll look at that and watch that for a minute since RA is on vacation. If you don't know, he always covers these. He is known for covering he does trials, but then anytime there's
So do not do this and try to be a social media star, right? By posting your videos.
Those
It is
people,
not safe.
those people might also not be aware that, you know, there's a pursuit that we're covering. They think maybe they're catching something that's happening in front of them, and so they want to record it to
people
then
recording.
share it because they might not be listening to the radio, or obviously they're not watching television.
He's
So
at
that's
camp
just
this
the
week, so we'll show it.
that we live in nowadays, right? You see something happening, your gut reaction is to grab your phone and record it just to get evidence of it, whatever it may be.
Well, it is not a good idea, especially with that heavy truck with that big engine behind it. Believe me, if they get in this guy's way, I would venture to say that he will have no qualms just pushing that gas and damaging their vehicle. I'm seeing it kind of bumping around a little bit. I don't know if Dylan actually has our mic open, but I kind of want to get back onto the other side. I know we always want to see what the driver's doing, but I'm kind of curious about the passenger rear tire right now. That might be going flat as well, because just because the spike strips didn't get them on this side doesn't mean that they might not have gotten a couple on the other side there. And also, as soon as that palm tree gets out of the way, I want to check those rear tires as well. No, they all seem pretty solid on this side. So, but it does seem like the truck's wobbling a little bit more, especially when he was getting those speeds up to about 30 miles and 40 miles an hour. I'm wondering if he hasn't lost all his tires on the passenger side. Again, is this good? Is this bad? Hopefully it's good. I want it to be good. Is it bad? Well, he might actually start losing a little bit of that maneuverability. Not that he has been making any sharp turns or anything, but I just don't want to see this slide into a pedestrian or into a vehicle that just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it would be great to
There's
get
that
a perspective.
car again.
Yep, that car.
That car is right. I'm wondering, do you think it could possibly be? No, it wouldn't be law enforcement, would it?
No. I would say not law enforcement at all. Maybe somebody that, and again, there you go. You've got these folks. I can almost guarantee you, they're not just randomly standing there, just kind of wondering what's going on. They hear it, they know it. They're watching our Fox app. I'm sure they are, and so that's one of the reasons why they're out there. You know, just somebody on the side of the road. That's not bad. If they try to engage this person, that's a problem. And that's LAPD definitely taking that all into consideration this morning, and keeping the public safe. That's what the deal is. And believe me, they don't want to see any civilians make their way around this vehicle. And we did see one earlier on, and we saw what happened to that guy's car.
Yeah.
Basically, like, tried to block him in. For whatever reason, and he just pushed through that like it was nothing. And so that's the type of situation that's going on right now. Still on Ventura Boulevard, though. Wonder how far out we're going to go. We're getting up back up to Topanga Canyon. That was one of his favorite streets earlier on, but he's not set up for a right turn. So it looks like we're going to continue on Ventura. And lights, you know, he stops at the lights. Those are great. And people are saying, why is the traffic so light? The traffic's so light because there's a lot of LAPD holding traffic back. And there they are, about a block and a half away.
To keep people safe.
I think yeah, keep people safe. That's it. And is that tow truck? No, it's not.
Well, Dylan, as you, Stu, you were mentioning to Dylan, the pilot there, if he could make it safely at some point to the other side of the suspect's vehicle to see if we could check on those tires, as you were mentioning, Stu, because of the fact that he is carrying a lot of heavy weight with that engine, that generator, and the pump he's towing with all that equipment, and he was wobbling at some point. So we want to check if those spike strips actually worked on that side of the vehicle. So if you can, at some point, oh, there's the driver looking in the back again, looking out the window, always checking his rear mirror, but just waiting at the light.
Yeah, you wonder if this person is just waiting to make that left or was actually at his window down and talking to him. Dylan is going to make an effort to get onto the other side when he can safely. Right now, though, we're just going to stay right here for a moment or two, but we'll definitely move Skyfox.
It's always LA where there's traffic.
It's just curiosity. You can see that truck not really slowing down, and there's a lot of engine under that hood, and because it has to carry a lot of weight. A lot of times it isn't just going to be. Look at how that thing is wobbling. I would venture to say he's got one of the rears on the passenger side also flat right now as well, and it is going to create more of a problem for that driver as this pursuit continues.
I mean, it doesn't look very stable. Yeah, you can see it kind of wonky there. I just, wondering how long this is going to go on for before police take a bit of a more aggressive approach. But it seems like at this point we're over 2 hours and we're still just doing circles with this guy just following along.
And, the other question is, what can they do? That's really what it is what can they do to bring this to an end? They can't box him in because that truck is just going to push through those vehicles. It's going to put officers in danger, especially if they're in their vehicles when that happens. And now we're back over here on this side, and it's really kind of hard to tell. It looks like, oh no, it's that definitely that rear tire definitely flat, and those are dualies. So there's another tire on the other side, and I would venture to say that one is flat as well. So those are going to start falling apart. Eventually, the rears are going to look like that front, and that might be a good thing. If this is not a four-wheel drive, then he's going to start losing the ability to go.
Yeah.
And that might actually be the door's opening. First time we get over here, and he opens up the door. There we go.
He probably was checking all those tires.
Yeah, he's probably checking those tires, right? And the fact that police know that he's now on the rims of the front tire or the front passenger side, and then knowing that they're flattening or he is impacted in the back as well, that's why they're probably trying to prevent traffic from getting close to this guy, because of the fact he's going to start losing control, and that engine, that pump he's towing is going to really go sideways. It might just fly off eventually.
Well, if it flies off, those heavy equipment people, they know what they're doing, especially when they're towing something like that. And I can almost assure you that however that is attached to that truck, I would venture to say it is not going to come off. But when those tires are flat, it's going to start flopping around back there. It's going to create a lot of other issues, and that is going to help bring this to an end. It does appear one tire of the four of the pumper is flat. We got both the duals in the back on the passenger side flat as well. So LAPD, they have taken out a lot of the tires. Is it enough to bring this to an end? That we're going to wait and see. But it continues to make its way on Ventura Boulevard. We're continuing out to the west. Woodland Hills is the place to be right now. Ventura Boulevard, I'm pretty sure is going to kind of come to an end as we make our way into that Calabasas area. And it's also going to become very tight streets out there. But it hasn't been driving very fast. It's been kind of keeping the slower pace out here. So hopefully that will continue. And again, no injuries to anybody yet. And I hope it stays like that as well.
So do we, Stu. Thank you for staying on top of this. You will continue to monitor things, of course, and we'll check back in with you should anything change. In the meantime, though, we do have some other news to get to. One man is
we don't
shot
care
to
about
death.
other news. I still can't get my computer hooked back up to my fast internet. I'm still on my old internet. All kinds of problems. Let's see. If we can find another one. That was Fox 11 that I was just on. I have to find. Here's one. It's on ABC 7 too.
And every time you try and guess what they might do, in my experience, you're going to be wrong. But it's good that it's going slow. It's good that they made progress with getting more of the tires flat. and it's good that we don't see really any danger to the public. And as far as we know, no one's been hurt, so that's good as far as pursuits goes. Well, push into that tire, Marcel. It looks like it's almost all the way down now onto the rim. So yeah, it's just a matter of time at this point in time, or a matter of time before this is over. I don't think he's going to be able to continue. Once that goes down to the rim, really going to be difficult to control this truck. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it depends on so many factors, depending on how they cover it. It depends on the agency. It depends on the supervisor who's telling the officers exactly how they're going to proceed. We're seeing it speed up a little bit, and we're going to end up at Valley Circle here in a moment. They don't have any units at Valley Circle. When we see higher speeds, though, like we're seeing here for the moment, that just means more pressure on those tires and the rims, and it could indicate they're not going to be able to control the vehicle. You see some swerving there. Not sure if he's doing it on purpose, but you can see having a very difficult time controlling this truck. Now, this is Valley Circle. If it continues with a right turn there, we'll be going back northbound, so back up into the Woodland Hills area. But we do have all the officers still right behind him at this point in time. And just to give you guys an indication, we have probably another 5 minutes maximum before we're going to have to break for fuel ourselves. And we're hoping he runs out of fuel before we do. $20 minutes. Yeah. Other side. Yeah. We're going to try and get to the other side, and then we can get a better look at the two tires. That the right front that's down to the rim, and then the other one you can see is about ready to lose the tire completely in the rear as well. And then it's really, 27 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour is fast when you're down to just rims and you can't control the vehicle. There's not a huge amount of traffic on Valley Circle right here. We're right in front of the high school. Fortunately, they're not in session. I don't see a lot of traffic in the area, but you can tell right down to the rim. We had some smoke coming out a moment ago. At the higher speed, you start to see sparking. Sometimes you'll see a fire start. You start to see that rim will just unravel. And like I mentioned earlier, when the rim does get down to the right down to the axle, it's over. You're not going anywhere. But it certainly has taken a long time. And we've got patrol cars, for the most part, still right behind them. It's right in front of the high school here on Valley Circle, headed northbound. But a pretty high rate of speed, considering you're just on a rim there. Oh, the brakes. It's going to break. Yep. When he hits the brakes, one of these times, that rim is going to snap, and then it's over, okay? Because there's so much pressure on that rim. You could see it when he hits the brakes. And, officers right behind him, they realize he's having a hard time maneuvering. He's got you see how the rim is turned there. He's trying to maneuver the vehicle, having a very hard time. And they're just hoping this individual gets out of the vehicle and they can get this over without incident. It's gone on long enough. Nobody's got hurt. Let's just get this individual into custody. The vehicle's having a really hard time accelerating. Once it gets up to 27, 30 miles an hour, it's not too bad. But getting to that speed, you can tell, is very difficult, especially it's a rear-wheel drive vehicle. And once it's all the way down to the rim on the back tire, it's going to be very difficult for it to get going. And a couple more slams on the brakes like that, slamming on the brakes, and that rim could just collapse. It gets down to the axle, and the vehicle's not going anywhere.
I guess he's committed to it now. What is happening? Oh.
It certainly is. I mean, it could, it could go on for another hour. One time I followed a pursuit of a Land Rover that went down to the rim on the 101 North, all the way up into Ventura, and I believe it drove like 100 miles on the rims. So if you don't drive too fast, you can go for a long time. But slamming on the brakes is going to make that rim collapse at some point. We
My stuff is buffering.
I really don't think that they would put an armored vehicle in front of this vehicle to try and stop.
Oh my goodness. I'm having all kinds of problems. This morning has been so smooth until the last 10 minutes, and Lucy has ruined everything.
I've never seen anything like that. But there goes the right rear, and when that tire comes off altogether and they're down to the rim, it's going to really diminish this guy's ability to keep going and to control the vehicle.
Look at
As I look outside, open up out of your shot a little bit. So we're coming up here, I think maybe on Sherman Way. Is it Sherman Way or Platte, actually? On Valley Circle. It turns into Platte at Victory Boulevard. He's making a stop. There's an intersection here. There's 4 or 5 patrol cars behind him. Looks like he might be trying to make a right turn. We just don't know if it's making a right turn. He just can't control the vehicle, but it looks like a right turn now. Back to basically the same area where we saw most of this pursuit go. They can't control it. Sounds good. No way.
No way, what?
Hold
We
on
can't
a
hear what
second.
he's saying.
We're hearing they might try and pit him. We want to be here for that. Can we go to the light? Are you cool? Or you want to go now? To go a couple minutes. Okay. How are they going to pit this guy? Seriously going to pit? No way. There's no way they're going to pit this. I can't believe that they could pit this. It wouldn't work. Yeah. Oh, the guy's a rookie. Oh, here we go. Get some speed up. He might crash. He might lose control of this vehicle. Are we still streaming, guys? I'm assuming that we are. So there was an officer who was calling for the pit, and then I just couldn't believe that would be the case, and it's not. The supervisor said, no, you can't pit this guy. But we're seeing that, there you go, lost the tread altogether, down to the rim basically in the back. A lot of weight back there. It's a rear drive vehicle. That is really going to be difficult for him to continue. What's our speed tracker? What's our pace here? Because even at 35 miles an hour, that's pretty fast on the rim. One quick move with the steering wheel with the guy who's really been indecisive and fidgeting and really not in control of himself for the most part. One quick turn, this thing could flip over and you could cause the damage to other vehicles. You could hurt or even kill someone. We're on Victory Boulevard headed eastbound. We've been on Victory Boulevard several times in the Woodland Hills area. This has gone on for over 2.5 hours now. There was one accident involved. We don't think anyone was hurt. And coming to a stop will be interesting because once the vehicle stops, especially if it hits the brakes, you see so much pressure on the front rim, the right front rim that's lost the tire there. And then getting going is going to be difficult. To accelerate is going to be nearly impossible when the back is down to the rim. So a lot of factors going on here. Go ahead. You got it.
I'll turn into a foot chase.
Great job, Johnny. Very, very, very good job, man. Very good. Really excellent, excellent. Yeah, Marcel, incredible. But for Johnny, that's pretty amazing because he doesn't have much time covering these pursuits. So that was phenomenal.
Did they forget to turn the camera off and now we just can't see?
I wasn't nervous once.
Ah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to see if the other one's back on now.
Maybe, who knows? And again, do they all know each other? I can't tell you, but it is interesting that they just kind of stopped. We're going to get Skyfox around those trees right there because those trees are definitely not going to move out of our way. But we can see it right there. Very, very strange behavior out here this morning for sure. Maybe it's the heat, ladies. Maybe
I don't know. I mean, who's to know if this woman Ann, who's driving, she certainly seemed agitated, and if she is in fact a stranger, not advised to be, you know, engaging, lecturing, getting involved like this, because you never know. You never know what someone might have in the car.
Definitely, and the driver of that vehicle, you can see some damage on the front right there. And again, clearly, she's actually trying to get in front of it. And you know, we've seen it a couple of times already. And that truck is just going to go right through that vehicle, not through it like tear it apart, but just going to push it out of the way like it's nothing. And this is what LAPD definitely doesn't want to see. Yep. Yeah, she is speeding up. She's trying not to let this thing go, but now coming to a stop, probably because that was a red light right there. But again, these are the dangers of these pursuits, and these are also the issues when they go into traffic mode. No LAPD around right now, no lights and sirens.
All right, hold on.
So other
Let me see if I can get the
basically kind of stepping up as it would be in that case.
Let me see if I can get one of the other channels that's. Because one of them was interviewing people now. One of them, let's see if this one, let's see if this one is. This one looks, sales tires on this side.
Okay, on the air right now, we have Stu. Stu, can you hear me?
Stopping again.
Still trying to work to get Stu. I spoke to him a second ago regarding this pursuit in LA. He is up in the chopper and has been offering a lot of great insight as Fox 11 has been covering it for the majority of the day. So still working to get him. But as I had mentioned, he had been... Oh, Stu, I think I got you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you.
I'm not sure if you can hear me. Yeah, no, that's what we've been having this issue a little bit earlier on. No, the pursuit continues to go on out here, and if you guys are just starting to watch it, you know, it's not really a very fast-moving pursuit, but it's a very heavy vehicle, and it's been going
Normally,
on for quite some
Recovery
time.
Addict does this. I'm only filling in because he's on vacation.
Getting gas about 2
He's the
hours
one who
ago, and somewhere at the gas station, that person behind the wheel now just stole the vehicle. It was a crime of opportunity, as we understand it. Now, he's made his way through the valley for much of the area, much of the morning.
10:51 a.m.
2 hours or so. And, you know, I understand that a lot of this stuff isn't local viewers. So when I say the valley, I'm talking about San Fernando Valley out here in the California area. Now, they did see some really scary moments where somebody actually tried to block that vehicle in. It was a little blue, I guess like a Honda or something, and that truck just pushed that thing out of the way like it was nothing, created a lot of damage. And then, of course, a lot of folks that were nearby started to try to run that person down, meaning that, you know, they were making their way over to that truck, just yelling out the windows, you know, telling them to stop or whatever. That driver has no intentions of stopping and hasn't. So how does LAPD handle something like this? That's the big question. And, you know, I feel for them. Because how do you bring that thing to a stop? You can't do a pit maneuver. You can't get in front of it because we saw what's happened in the past. Well, there goes one of the tires right there. And what their deal was is they wound up using spike strips. and those spike strips have been pretty effective. Now that truck, on just the truck itself, not the trailer, has 6 tires. You've got 4 in the rear and 2 in the front. Now the passenger side, driver front, completely gone, and I can venture to say from what we just saw, the duals in the rear are gone as well. So they're starting to lose the tires, and the good thing is it might not be able to go. If all those tires start coming off and you're just on the rims, it might have a little bit of trouble actually going.
I appreciate that, Sandra
And
Oliver.
that
Thank you
will
so much.
create an opportunity for officers maybe to bring this thing to an end. But very dangerous situation for sure. We try to poke some fun at it sometimes, especially on slower moving vehicles like this. But you know, what that truck can do is very scary, meaning if he slides into somebody, a pedestrian, it could be tragic. And of course, and somebody just driving, it could be the same way. But right now, the pursuit just continues on, very slow speeds. LAPD, you've got 1 vehicle behind it. I know there's probably 4 or 5. And what they're doing is just kind of slowing the traffic. You know, this is Los Angeles, or this is actually the valley out here, part of the city of Los Angeles. And there's always a lot of traffic. This morning, I'm actually running the camera with one hand and holding the cell phone with the other. Sorry about that. But it basically is creating a lot of traffic problems. But, you know, LAPD, they got to keep people safe. And the only thing they can do right now is lights and sirens to let people know that this is coming down their way. And hopefully that driver just decides to give up.
Stu, thank you so much for joining us, even though you're manning the camera, trying to give us all the best coverage here. But I want to get back to the fact that this truck is losing tires in still over 2 hours. We have been following it. Like, you know, when you watch it in the movies, you see rims start sparking up and stuff like fire. Is this something that we can expect sooner? Is this tire going to be able to coast on for a bit longer?
You know, if it was nighttime, we might be seeing some sparks coming out of that front rim. But because it's daytime, maybe not so much. If the tires come off completely, and this is where it gets kind of weird, you know, it's one of those ones, if the tires come off completely, depending on which side the drive wheel is on, you know, we might start seeing those shower sparks even in the daytime. That pumper, that is a very heavy piece of equipment. That has 1 tire is flat also on the passenger side. Now, people might be saying, well, geez, Stu, why aren't you on the passenger side? Well, flip-flopping with the helicopter, not that easy. And we always try to stay on the side with the driver, just, you know, in case this thing comes to an end. The driver's the one that we're going to want to keep an eye on. So that's one of the reasons why we're on this side. LAPD, they're trying to bring this thing to an end. That driver, you know, it's been going on for about 2 hours. If that thing has a full tank of gas, which it may have because they stole it from the gas station, you know, this could be going on for hours. But LAPD, their task is trying to bring this thing to an end. And what they're doing right now is trying to keep the public safe. If the speeds pick up like this is where I always get worried, because that thing's not going to be able to stop as easy because it's missing all the tires on the passenger side right now, basically running on the rims.
So, Stu, I know you've seen a lot of pursuits, and like you said, it's getting a bit more dangerous the more that this car or truck, continues to pick up speed. It'll be harder to stop. But because you've been covering so many pursuits, anything stand out in particular about this one?
Oh my goodness. I don't know if you can hear me at all, but I lost you there for just a moment. You were talking about the types of pursuits and things that LAPD is not going to just let this one go, if that was the question. They were in tracking mode earlier on, basically where they just kind of said, we're going to keep the helicopter over it, going to keep an eye on what's going on. And that's when things got really strange. That's when that truck actually rammed into one of the vehicles trying to stop it. And when I say a vehicle, I'm talking about a civilian vehicle, not law enforcement. And when that happened, that's when kind of things changed up a little bit. LAPD saw that this person is a menace, and it doesn't seem to care about property. That officer, his door is open, not because the air conditioning isn't working. It's open because he wants to be able to deploy if that suspect decides to get out and
Not
run.
because the air conditioner
But we
isn't
haven't
working.
seen that. That driver basically kind of keeping himself inside that car there. I don't know where you guys are located at exactly, but it is, the temperatures are hot out here today. And we were venturing to say maybe the reason why he's... Sorry about that. I was actually working with our local station there for just a second. But we were making jokes that maybe he's just trying to stay cool in there. But, you know, the reality is those police cars have got air conditioning as well. And when they take them to the police police station, I'm sure there's going to be AC there as well too. So that's probably not the reason why. But he just continues to drive around out here, just kind of meandering, and visiting the same areas. We're back on the street where we were about an hour and a half ago, and you can see there you go. No tires at all, just on the rims, and this truck continues to drive. Copy all. Copy all. Copy all.
He's so loud.
So, Stu, yes, I know that you've been following this for quite some time now, and we did lose you a little bit earlier, but I was asking, oh my goodness, you could just see that the tire is completely gone in the entire passenger side of this car. Just insane. Anything I did want to know that you find particularly unique about this vehicle pursuit as compared to others you have covered?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Hey, what happened with digital? Did we ever get digital?
Oh, I think we might have lost
Why
Stu
don't they
for a
stop
moment,
them?
but great coverage from Fox 11's aerial reporter out there as we continue to monitor this vehicle
When he
pursuit.
stopped at the light,
vehicle
I'm scared
stolen
Stu's gonna
early
come
this
back and blow out
morning.
my eardrums
Over
again.
2 hours we've been following this. Police continuing to pursue this company vehicle and still no signs of it coming to a stop anytime soon. We can see even from up here that tires just completely blown out. Look at that, shredded on the passenger side of this truck. Speaking with Stu earlier, I was asking him about what we can expect to see now that these tires have been blown out. You know, sometimes we would see sparks coming from that, and he did tell us that if it was nighttime, that is a possibility. So it is possible that those rims are sparking. We just can't see them right now because it is the daytime. Been following this since just after 10 in the morning East Coast time, so going on 2.5 hours now.
But when
And
I'm saying when they
Fox
when they're
11
stopped
back
at the lights,
with their coverage in this stolen vehicle pursuit. Let's listen in to what our partners have to say over in LA.
Times, but the driver just kept on going. Skyfox is overhead. It is still underway. There you see it. It's still going. No developments as of right now. We are staying on top of it, though, as you can see, and we will bring you the latest as it happens. In the meantime, we turn to this. A shooting leaves one man dead, 2 others badly wounded.
we don't want to hear about more sad stuff.
Jumping into that for a brief moment of pursuit continues, however, in the LA area. You can see here a lot of those tires shredded of this truck. LAPD's used multiple spikes to try to get this driver to stop, but they continue to move. They may be stopping officially right now, though, because it doesn't seem that they're stopped for a red light or any other type of traffic signal. Oh, no. There he starts rolling
Like he
away
keeps faking
again.
them out.
Hard to tell what LAPD is going to do next because they've pretty much blown out the tires of this truck. Gotta leave this feed and have you guys watching this in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
And thanks to our viewers continuing to watch with us right here on Live Now from Fox. This has been the chase that continues to be talked about. We're going on close to 3 hours here watching this chase unfold, going through the neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you full coverage here of the chase that just doesn't want to end. And police obviously want this one to end because we saw earlier in the chase a person had their car just rammed into from this stolen work truck here. So we are going to continue to stay on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. It's what we do here. Show you things that are happening live, raw, and unfiltered. And this is really just a great aspect here of Live Now, able to just stay on shots here for an extended period of time and really bringing you this news as it's unfolding there. But yeah, even though it doesn't have all working tires, The chase continues on there in Los Angeles. This suspect has no stopping in him at this moment. And we saw earlier throughout the chase, he was egging them on, police, as well as talking to people that were just part of driving through the neighborhoods as well. They were stopping to talk to the suspect as well. So at very much times, it's been a bizarre chase as well. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for being here with us as we will continue to bring you other top stories throughout the day. But this one, we are staying on the chase here in Los Angeles. Live coverage continues right here, and you can see there the strong line of police that are following the suspect here, and we are just going to wait and see just how this is all going to end here. But this is how it all started, where a worker was filling up gas of his work truck, just trying to get on and start his day. And then all of a sudden, the suspect gets into the truck and drives off with it. And then this chase happened. And there were so many times during it, we thought, okay, it's going to end now, or it's going to stop now. And it just kept trucking along there. No pun intended right there. But we continue to watch it here. Right now, it looks like the suspect obeying the rules of at least the red light, green light here. So doing some sort of traffic safety here, but still not wanting to give up right now. We wait and see just how it all unfolds right here on Live Now from Fox. We are live worldwide and always here for you. Always a great time to check out Live Now, Fox.com for all of your streaming needs here, from top stories to breaking news alerts. We do have you covered. Live Now, Fox.com. Love to have you and check it out. We do stream all the time here. So we are continuing to watch this all unfold right now. Sky Fox high up above, showcasing it all right now. And this is breaking news that continues to be displayed on the streets of Los Angeles right now. The suspect continuing this hours-long pursuit here. And like I was saying earlier, we had the suspect there slamming into vehicles and really causing some damage to those cars. Right now, this one continues to go on. Even though that police have used the spike strips here on this vehicle, they continue right now to still be able to roll on right here. And we are going to wait and see what the police next move is right now, and just how much further and longer this chase can go here. So we appreciate all our viewers continuing to join in with us live on Live Now from Fox, where we bring you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here. And let's see what's going to happen here next. Is Sky Fox continuing to showcase this happening all in real time right here. And we thank all our viewers from around the country and around the world that are joining us right now as well. Slow pursuit, though. It is really slowed down considerably as police continue to follow along. You can see on the top of your screen the location, Sherman Way and Millwood Avenue in Los Angeles. And just going 10 to 12 miles per hour right now. But,
10 to 12 miles an hour.
Your discretion advised, though, when this does come to a stop and they try to get that suspect out of the vehicle. You just don't know what that suspect is going to do. They're such a wild card right now, obviously. I mean, they did the most wild card thing that you can do to start your day, is to steal a work truck and go on a hours-long pursuit here. So if they're willing to do that, you just don't know what they're willing to do next here.
It's
So
even
that is
slower
why
than
we
OJ
ask, to
speed.
have viewer discretion heavily advised coming up here whenever this comes to a conclusion. And we're hoping that it's going to be in a very safe way, that police stay safe, as well as the rest of the community here that continues to watch on as this all unfolds right now. Now you can see the must be
Look
harder
at the guy
to
on the
turn
corner.
now because you
He's
don't
like,
have
"What's
all
going on
working
here?"
tires to your benefit, but it continues to sludge on right now, and we're watching every step of the way for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are here with you on.
What's that girl just
Okay,
walking
now
in
we
the?
have a stop here. Let's see what happens. Let's
What's
see
she
what the
walking?
suspect's next move is going to be.
Oh, I'm pointing over here to my screen like y'all can see it.
As
I don't
this
know why.
car has
She was walking
stopped,
over here.
and we are waiting
I
now
literally just pointed to my screen like y'all could see it.
for the next move here. Well, now it continues to roll right on. Suspect was seen drinking something at one point, and we will see what that person is going to do next. We don't know what type of drink
I know, we
it
gotta tell
was, but
RA.
he was mouthing off to
I'm not as good at it
officers
as him, but
earlier as well. And
filling in
almost
while
at a
he's on
time
vacation.
felt like it was egging the police on as well. So Sky Fox doing a great job really capturing this. They had to move away in the middle of it because they had to actually refuel. And they got right back to it, and so did our coverage. To tell you a little something about this, I was in my editorial meeting here earlier this morning, and I had to break away for a time because I was like, oh, we have a police chase going on, and that was about 7:30 local time, and well, now it's 10 after 10, and that chase, the one I was talking about, here it is, continuing on, and we are staying with it here, trying to see what is going to happen next. Thing with police chases is, you could come in the middle, you could come near the end, but you're always definitely going to stay to the end to figure out and find out just how this all unfolds. And we're hoping, like we were saying earlier, we're hoping that it's going to end in a very peaceful way, that sooner or later the suspect is going to come to their senses and just come to the realization that they will be arrested here. So many times with these police chases, especially this one that is going at such low speeds, they know what is coming. They are just really trying to extend their last moments of freedom. So that's what you see here. And for the last 3 hours now, that suspect has been able to extend those moments of freedom here. So we will continue to follow it here for you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you, bringing you some of the biggest stories as they're happening. And of course, just like this one, when it's breaking news, we got you covered there as well. Thanks to all our viewers watching on TV, streaming worldwide. We are always here for you on livenowfox.com. You can check us out, bringing you biggest stories, top headlines, and of course, breaking news just like this, all right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. So let's continue to wait and see what will happen next here in this very intriguing chase that is low speed, but continues to move on. It's an hours-long chase. Suspect has no
He's so much
stop
better
in him.
at it than I am. He's a pro
police
at
are
it.
just going to try to wait it out here. They were using spike strips earlier.
I'm also still trying to figure out how to get my other
we are
internet back
waiting
up.
now for maybe the police's next move and what that could look like here coming up. But thanks for all of you joining us here on Live Now from Fox as this Los Angeles chase continues. You can see the location always at the top of your screen on the top right. You can see all the miles per hour, all in real time right here. And yeah, like I was saying, it is slow. It has the attention of police from the ground, and they have their chopper up as well. You just saw that one. And this chase has now turned more into what looks like if it was a funeral service almost, and it's going at that. And it looks like the truck might not have much left in them here. Let's see how it's all going to end right. Is it going to end right here? Looks like okay. Suspect is now stopped here in the middle. Let's see what will happen now here. Viewer discretion is advised here. You just don't know what is going to happen next. That is why Sky Fox pulled out.
If he pulls out again, to continue this on for another 3 hours.
And let's see here. What will the suspect do? Police starting to get out of their vehicles. You don't know if the suspect may be just toying with them a little bit. We saw that a little bit ago. So we are going to see how this does unfold right now. But right now, suspect has stopped. We're at a crucial point right here. Police don't know what is going to happen next, just like we don't either. And that is why we ask you always to watch until the very end. We know that you will. If you've joined us here, you are invested as well and want to see
Trigger
how
warning, this is live. We don't know what's going to happen.
3-hour chase has now gone and how it will wrap up. And we're hoping that's going to wrap up peacefully right here in moments. But the suspect has not gotten out of the car just yet. And
Zoom
we will
in.
see as
Zoom back
police
in.
will have their guns
Stu.
drawn here, not knowing what that suspect will be doing next. We can just hope. We can just hope that the guy in there is going to come to his senses and say enough is enough here. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for being here today with us here, taking you on a 3-hour chase that has really captivated so many of you from around the country and the world. Thousands and thousands of you are watching with us here, all in real time. We appreciate that, and we're hoping that this comes to a peaceful conclusion right now, where the suspect has stopped there in the middle of that median area, and
Maybe he's like live on Facebook right now. Like,
okay,
hey, y'all
the
see
windows
me?
are starting to come down now,
Tune in.
or no, not yet. But he's putting on a different shirt. It looked like there for a moment.
Stu is worldwide.
Let's see now.
Prestige
Continues to look
worldwide.
out the rear view mirror.
All right.
And right now, it just has his arms folded, almost waiting to see if police are going to come up to him.
He's moving around.
And now has his hand back there on the wheel.
Y'all, I don't know what's going to happen. This is live. So just
But yeah, this is
so
something that has really captivated so many viewers right now. We do have other live events to get to later in the afternoon that we will be bringing to you. And now his hands, let's see now. Let's see. Okay, looks like the shot froze for a little bit there. We're able to reestablish it. Still looks like those arms are crossed there as he's looking out the rearview mirror back at the police.
Come on, Stu. Get it together.
Again, if you're just joining us here, this started about 3 hours ago where the suspect there stole this work truck at a gas station where the worker was just filling up, trying to start his day on the best foot forward. And then all of a sudden, you got your work truck stolen. Now it's displayed on national news right here, and especially out in the Los Angeles area. Everyone is seeing it right now, and you're seeing the suspect that at a time had no stopping him. But now we have a stop. We are going to see how it all unfolds right here on Live Now from Fox, and we're hoping that it's going to be in a very peaceful way right now. And we have reached out to the truck there, Atomic Concrete, to see if they would want to talk to us. We have not been able to reach them to see what they think here of this moment that has really captured the attention of so many. You got police now at a standstill here, waiting on definitely putting out calls for action here for the suspect to get out, and demands there from the police, but still.
So how long do they wait?
it looks like, okay, windows are down here. You see, okay, now windows go back up here. So we got a little bit of back and forth going on right now.
Check
Window
the
down,
windows. Windows
window
still
up,
work.
window halfway. And now the arms are crossed once again here for this suspect. And we all continue to wait right here, almost 20 minutes past 10 here, local time in Los Angeles there. Almost 1:20 out on the East Coast as we continue to watch right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you always the top stories, breaking news elements just like this one. And as you can see, we like to stay on these different types of breaking news images, the most captivating throughout the day. Obviously, police chases, you just don't know what's going to happen next. That's why so many people are really intrigued and into them right now. But it looks like Fox 11 is back on their coverage for just a little bit. Let's go back out to
He's calling
them
AAA
as
because he's got some flat
vehicle
tires.
pursuit has reached this standoff now.
He's calling AAA.
Standoff, those spike strips, it looks like that worked, Stu.
Well, you know, I'm not sure if the spike strips worked or what changed there, but that driver bringing this thing to a stop out here in the Canoga Park area. We're actually at Canoga and Chase. Now, the officers, they've got their guns out. That door hasn't opened up, and they has shown no sign of him getting out of that vehicle. Is there a possibility that that truck can still drive and he can just drive off? There's always that chance. So right now, LAPD working to find a way to block this person in safely, but it is a standoff on Canoga and Chase. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you. We'll continue to follow that. In the meantime, Samada here with the weather.
All right, so as Fox 11 goes back out to some of their weather stories here, we are staying right here with it on Live Now from Fox. Just another great example of how we will stay on the most important and most interesting stories throughout the day as we wait it out and see a conclusion right here on Live Now from Fox. But this standoff does continue here.
What if we really
Live
did
Now.
see AAA pull up like they were about to change tires? Like, hey guys, just got a call. 2 flat tires. Just came to get them.
All right, so as you can see, everyone, police continuing to see what the next move here for the suspect is going to be. Right now, there is much of in a standstill as the suspect is right now, just not knowing what's going to happen, but reading from the body language right there of the police, just trying to get a sense there of what the next move is going to be here. And you can see they do have some weapons drawn right here, waiting to see what that suspect is going to do right here
on
Live
tires,
Now from Fox. We appreciate all our
gas
viewers
and
continuing
snacks.
to join in with us here worldwide right here on Live Now.
Tires and gas and snacks. That's what he's waiting on. Like, how long do they... Can we talk to you about our extended warranty? I hope he's okay. I mean, look, I know he's
Thanks
done
to
all
all
this.
our viewers for continuing to join in with
he
us
goes.
here on
Here he
Live
goes.
Now from Fox
Hands up.
as another standstill moment continues. Viewer discretion advised here. We do have the suspect now coming out. This is after 3 hours of a chase, everyone. 3 hours. And now it looks like it's finally coming to a conclusion. The suspect now listening to the demands there of the officers. And as you can see here, finally, after 3 hours of going through the streets of Los Angeles with that stolen work truck, police are able to get that suspect finally to surrender there. But obviously a great moment right there for police and able to get that suspect under arrest here in moments after just here, and they will be able to cuff him and then take him away to jail there, where he was able to extend those final moments of freedom for an additional 3 hours. But as you can see there, just it always catches up to you after a while. And here we go. So suspect is going to be put on arrest. They just want to make sure that there's no one else in the vehicle as well. Okay. Now looks like he is back up. I'm not sure why he got back up there, but now they told him to go back down, sit down, and lay down right there. So the pursuit there turning into a standoff. Now that standoff has ended. Great job by Los Angeles police, and official arrest right there.
There we go.
So that is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, bring it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered here. Before we go, let's listen in one more time to Fox 11 with some of their coverage.
Let's not. Okay, yeah, I'm glad it ended safely. That was a little wild. 3 hours is a long time to be on a 15-mile-an-hour chase through Los Angeles. I'll be curious to see in the coming, hours, days, whatever, if we can find out anything about who he is, why he stole it, if we can find out any information about any of that at all. So that is that'll be interesting. So all right, so let's do this. Here's our plan for the afternoon. I'm going to take a lunch break. And the conference for the missing Hoover woman, who you see Lucy walking around in the corner over here. Lucy, she's walking around by the door because she wants to go out. Lucy girl, hi big girl. Don't unplug my stuff again. So the press conference for Carly is in 2 hours. 2 hours from now. So why don't we take a lunch break now? We'll come back in 2 hours. We'll do the press conference. We'll watch it for her. And then the Hoover Police Department is doing the whatever for her. And then we'll see what they have to say, because I know that we've put it on our 13th Juror Twitter page and, kind of followed it a little bit. And there's so many rumors and so many things happening. So we'll take a break for 2 hours. That gives me time to try to figure out what Lucy did to my internet when she unplugged everything and get it back up and going. And I can take her out so she'll stop rebelling against us all and unplugging all my stuff. We'll come back at 2:30. We'll do that. And then we will watch the rest of the Choose Your Adventures that were on the list. There weren't too many more, so we'll finish those up after the press conference and then we'll call it a day. So I think that's it. If y'all have any more of the clips or anything, have them ready. We'll watch them after the press conference. But other than that, that's all I got. I will see y'all back here in 2 hours. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. See you soon.